Story 1. When my future husband, the result of an arranged marriage, wanted to fall in love with a poor college student, I didn't stop him. Go ahead. If you regret it, I'll be waiting for you to come back. He thought I would wait forever. So, he confidently abandoned the family fortune to pursue his true love. When everyday life finally tired him out, he tried to use our engagement as a lifeline. Didn't you say that if I came back, you would marry me? I laughed in his face. Do you think that I, the heiress of the prestigious Tyler name, would wait for a man as cheap as you? Then I leaned into his brother's arms. By the way, all the family fortune you left behind, your brother inherited it all. Now you should call me sister-in-law. James never had any idea that all of this was part of my revenge. Since I was born, everyone knew that James Wilson would be my future husband. I never denied it until he showed up with an intern and declared his true love right in my face. Marrying you is a family obligation, but loving Ligi is my instinct. He whispered a threat in my ear. Don't tell my family, or you'll lose me forever. Cheating on me and threatening me. As soon as he left, I immediately ran to his parents with tears in my eyes. James has another woman, and he threatened me not to tell his family. I personally dragged James back to apologize. The entire Wilson family took my side, forcing James to break up with the intern. It was no surprise. The Wilson business had been in trouble for years, surviving solely thanks to the support of my family, which my parents gave me exclusively due to our engagement. End things with that poor girl. Marry Emma immediately. Mr. Wilson loved his son, but set clear rules. However, James felt suffocated. All my life, I traveled in luxury cars, eating exotic soups, wearing tailored clothes, trapped in a golden cage without a single happy moment. Until Ligi took me in a cheap taxi and we ate street noodles. My expensive shirt got dirty. She bought me a simple t-shirt. It was the first time I felt free. Emma pointed out to me before, when I met Ligi, I thought you were nice. But after her, I realized they can't be compared. She is pure like her name, unlike you, drowning in money. James, I didn't know you felt so trapped. I responded gently, playing the role of the understanding woman. If you think so little of me, then let's cancel the engagement. James was surprised by how easily I let him go. I professionally reminded him of our agreement. He had a legal contract. If his family broke it, they had to either pay $500,000 in compensation or cut ties with their family. If you're no longer a Wilson, aren't the Wilsons the ones who are breaking the contract? James smiled confidently. Emma, are you trying to hold me back with money? I pretended to be embarrassed. James laughed, believing he had defeated me as well. If you're rich, you can't compare to Ligi. Do you want to hold me back with money? I choose the second option. He left furiously. He took Ligi's hand in front of everyone. I was never happy in this family. From today, I cut ties with the Wilsons. Ligi, give me a cozy home. Ligi hesitated. James, maybe you should reconsider. Answer me. James looked at her with passion, clearly uncertain. I consoled his parents a lot. James has his own savings, I told them. Maybe he'll come back after a while. If he returns, I'm willing to wait for him. I tricked Ligi into believing that James would still be rich, while at the same time making James think he had a chance with me. Hearing this, Ligi declared, James, I love you. Let's build our own home. James hugged her enthusiastically and even kissed her. I put on an expression of surprise and pain. James was so arrogant that he took off his expensive jacket and threw it at my feet. Underneath, he wore the simple t-shirt that Ligi had bought him. His father almost had a heart attack. I was almost laughing out loud. James left with Ligi. His father furiously declared that he was no longer part of the family and that he couldn't take the luxury car. They tried to order one, but taxis generally don't enter gated communities. Ligi taught James how to use the phone to order one. The spoiled James had never done this before. Ligi pinched his cheek. You're adorable. You don't even know how to order a car. When they finally managed to order one, Ligi asked to cancel it and reorder the budget option. While they waited, it started to rain. Since James had cut ties with his family, They weren't allowed to wait inside. They stayed together in the rain. James, the spoiled heir, was experiencing for the first time the discomfort of waiting on the street. His expression changed from curiosity to annoyance. Before getting into the car, he looked at me. I smiled meaningfully. James, if you ever regret it, I'll be waiting for you to come back. James slammed the door, believing she would forgive him later. Mr. Wilson tried to save the investment with my family. Emma, we can't cancel the engagement, Mr. Wilson implored. I really want you to marry someone from our family. Uncle, James just left with another woman. Do you want this engagement to ruin my life? You'll regret it, he insisted. He has been spoiled all his life. Not much time will pass, a month at most. Once he suffers enough with that poor girl, he'll come back. So you want me, the Tyler heiress, to wait for James? And if he doesn't come back in a year, should I stay single for him? Mr. Wilson didn't know how to respond. But your family has more than one son, right? I gently suggested. The expressions of Mr. and Mrs. Wilson immediately became interesting for James and Leagy. The first week seemed like a dream. Both were in love with the idea of being rebels, of having defied their families, of having left money behind to build true love. James for the first time felt free without the weight of the Wilson name, without the commitments of family business, without the gala events and endless dinners with partners. At first, they laughed together. Leagy taught him to do simple things like going to the supermarket, comparing prices, and preparing a simple dinner in a small rented apartment. James, who had never turned on a stove, smiled awkwardly as he peeled potatoes. Leagy looked at him tenderly and told him he was adorable, that she liked to see him learn, and that she was proud of his effort. But the weeks passed, and the effort began to weigh. The bills arrived: rent, electricity, water, and internet. James hadn't considered this when cutting ties with the family. He also lost his bank card, his premium account, and his unlimited access to the expensive gym and his exclusive subscriptions. The little cash he had began to disappear faster than he thought. Honey, can you get a job? Leagy suggested one afternoon carefully. I have classes, and the scholarship barely covers my expenses. James, who had never worked a single day in his life, turned pale. And work doing what? Well, Leagy shrugged. I don't know. Something simple. There are cafes, stores. You can start there. Emma, meanwhile, observed everything from afar. She knew perfectly well that this would happen. She had made her calculations, had foreseen every step. From the moment James declared his independence, Emma began to move the pieces. She had discreetly called some contacts to ensure that James could not easily access certain resources. She had cut the economic ties that indirectly linked him to the family. Everything was perfectly orchestrated. While James began to lose hope of finding work, Emma was showing herself in public alongside James' younger brother, William, a quiet, reserved, but ambitious man. Unlike his brother, William was never impulsive or dreamy. He knew that everything in that world was a power game, and if Emma offered him the opportunity to rise at her side, he would be willing to accept it. Do you really want us to do this? William asked her one night as they dined together. You know this will destroy James. Emma looked at him with a soft smile. James destroyed himself. I'm just finishing the job. William didn't argue. He knew that Emma was unstoppable when she set her mind to it. In the small apartment, James was beginning to collapse. The job he had gotten distributing flyers for a restaurant exhausted his hands. Accustomed to signing contracts and typing in luxury offices, now he held cheap papers under the scorching sun. He returned home sweating, hungry, and with sore muscles. At first, Leagy tried to encourage him and prepared simple dinners. She hugged him when he arrived and told him she was proud. But slowly, even she began to feel the weight of the situation. We can't live like this forever, James told her one night. Maybe you should talk to your family. No, he replied, getting up abruptly. I told them I didn't need them. I'm not going to crawl back. I'm not saying you should crawl, Leagy sighed. Just, I don't know. Maybe you could fix things and go back to that cage. James laughed bitterly. Never. Leagy looked at him in silence. That night she didn't hug him. Emma, for her part, smiled as she had coffee with William on an elegant terrace. "You know what's funny?" he said, playing with the cup. "James thought you would be waiting for him." "You weren't?" William asked, raising an eyebrow. "Of course not," Emma smiled. "I'm too busy building something better." William looked at her curiously. He knew that Emma wasn't simply playing. She was planning something bigger, something he didn't yet fully understand. But he felt that everything was going to change. Meanwhile, James, exhausted, looked at his reflection in the small bathroom mirror. His dark circles were deep. His skin, once flawless, was sunburned. His hair was disheveled. His hands were full of small cuts. He remembered Emma's words, "If someday you regret it, I'll be waiting for you to come back." For the first time, a hint of doubt crossed his mind, but he wasn't ready to give up yet. While James tried to survive his new life of hardship, Emma was already several steps ahead. Every move of hers was a cold calculation, a carefully planned move on a chessboard where everyone, including James, Leagy, and even William, were pieces. Her relationship with William was evolving rapidly. From the outside, it seemed like an unexpected romance. The Tyler heiress, hurt by her fiancé's betrayal, found comfort in the arms of the younger brother, the most discreet of the Wilsons. But inside, Emma knew it was all part of a bigger plan. William, though reserved, was ambitious. He had always lived in James' shadow, considered the perfect son, the future leader of the family. But now that James was gone, William felt for the first time the real possibility of taking control. And Emma carefully fed that illusion. "You are much smarter than James," she whispered in his ear at private dinners, smiling softly. "You have vision and strategy, unlike him, who only knows how to follow impulses." William felt a confidence growing within him that he had never had before. But what he didn't know was that Emma was using him to position herself, not only as his partner, but as an indispensable figure in the Wilson business. Meanwhile, James was beginning to lose control. The situation with Leagy was no longer idyllic, and arguments about money, work shifts, and broken dreams increased. "We can't pay for this," Leagy said, looking at the bills. "We need to move to a cheaper place. We're already in a dump." James burst out. "Do you want us to live under a bridge?" Leagy looked at him sadly, wondering where the romantic man who had seduced her with words of freedom and pure love was. Now she only saw a tired and frustrated man, trapped in a reality for which he was not prepared. Emma received reports of everything. Without them knowing, she had contacts everywhere, former family employees who maintained a discreet surveillance. She knew when James ran out of money, when Leagy had cried on the phone with a friend, and when the apartment was on the verge of eviction. "He's falling just as you planned," William said with admiration. Emma simply smiled. "I don't do it for revenge. I do it for justice." William nodded, but something in his eyes showed that he still didn't fully understand Emma. Little by little, she was moving more pieces. She made strategic investments in companies associated with the Wilsons and strengthened alliances. She gained influence. Each meeting, each signature, each new association strengthened her image, not only as an heiress, but as a leader. Meanwhile, James began to hear rumors. "They say Emma and William are together," an old acquaintance told him when he found him by chance on the street. James felt something twisting inside him. "Emma and my brother?" He laughed with forced contempt. "Please, that's impossible." But inside, the blow was certain. That night, James returned home with a somber face. Leagy greeted him with a hug, trying to cheer him up, but he barely responded. While she prepared a simple dinner, he sank into dark thoughts. Emma wasn't waiting for him anymore. Emma had really moved on, and he was left with nothing and no one. On the other hand, Emma was toasting at an elegant party with William. She knew that James was hearing the echoes of her movements. She knew that every news item, every photo, every casual comment would reach him. And that was part of the plan. It wasn't just about defeating him publicly. She wanted him to deeply feel the weight of what he had lost. That night, as she looked at her reflection in the mirror, Emma murmured to herself, "James, Soon you will regret it, but it will be too late. The following weeks marked the beginning of the end for James. What had begun as a romantic adventure, the fantasy of the rebellious heir who abandons wealth to embrace true love, became a bitter daily struggle. James, who used to wake up between silk sheets, now opened his eyes on a cheap mattress, surrounded by stained walls with the constant sound of arguing neighbors. The apartment, which originally seemed authentic and liberating, now seemed simply small, uncomfortable, and noisy. And Ligi was also beginning to lose her smile. At first, she encouraged him, "Don't worry, love, all this will make us stronger." But soon, her words changed. "James, you can't be changing jobs every week. We need stability. James, could you help me with the expenses? James, did you think this would be so easy?" James was beginning to get irritated. "Stop complaining, Ligi. It's not my fault things are this way." "Don't yell at me," she replied tiredly. Emma, meanwhile, observed everything from her crystal tower. Each small failure of James reached her like a whisper. Another lost job, another argument with Ligi, another failed attempt to start a business with money he no longer had. And while James fell, Emma grew alongside William and skillfully consolidated important alliances in the Wilson family business. She wove a structure that not only strengthened her position, but also gradually weakened James. William, who at first was hesitant, was now completely on her side. Emma knew exactly how to give him power and respect, a place he never had at his father's side. "Emma," William said one night as they dined together, "have you ever thought about forgiving him?" Emma looked at him with an icy smile. "William, have you ever thought that this goes far beyond James?" William remained thoughtful. He knew that Emma's mind worked at levels that he was just beginning to understand. Meanwhile, James tried to resist. He got a job as a delivery person, pedaling for hours, delivering packages and food. His legs, previously accustomed to moving only in luxury gyms, now trembled at the end of each day. Ligi, for her part, began to spend more time at the university, more time with friends, more time away. When she returned to the apartment, she found James lying on the couch, exhausted and in a bad mood. Sometimes he didn't even want to talk. "James," she said one night as he stared at the wall, "have you thought about talking to your family again?" He didn't respond immediately. Almost in a whisper, he asked, "Why?" "Because I'm losing you." Ligi looked at him for a long time that night. She didn't hug him. Emma knew almost at the exact moment when the distance between them began to increase. She didn't need to hear conversations or check messages. She knew James better than anyone. She knew that under pressure he would begin to look for someone to blame, and she knew that sooner or later he would look at Ligi and stop seeing her as his salvation, beginning to see her as his burden. Across town, Emma closed her laptop after a long meeting. William was at her side reviewing documents. "Are you tired?" he asked. Emma responded with a smile. "I'm focused." William observed her in silence. Sometimes he wondered how far she was willing to go, and more importantly, what would become of him when they reached the end of the game. That night, James left the apartment to walk. The streets illuminated by dim streetlights seemed like an endless labyrinth. He looked at the shop windows, the glass showcases, and the luxury cars passing by, remembering his days as a Wilson heir, as the favorite son, as the man who had everything. And he thought about Emma, her calculating smile, her soft voice when she said, "If someday you regret it, I'll be waiting for you to come back." For the first time, James felt fear. Not just fear of losing everything, but fear of having lost himself. But what he didn't know was that Emma wasn't waiting for him anymore. The morning when James woke up and found Ligi packing a small bag, he knew something had broken, something that couldn't be repaired. She didn't scream, didn't cry, didn't even seem upset. She simply was exhausted. "Where are you going?" he asked with a hoarse voice as he got up from the couch where he had fallen asleep. "To my parents' house for a few days," Ligi responded without looking at him. "Just like that? You're going to leave me here alone?" James smiled incredulously, hoping she would burst into laughter and say it was a joke. But Ligi didn't laugh. "I need to think, James. I need to." He felt the floor sinking beneath his feet. Meanwhile, across town, Emma walked down the red carpet of a charity gala. She wore an elegant dress, discreet jewelry, and of course, William was at her side, impeccably dressed, smiling shyly as he greeted the most influential businessmen. Camera flashes exploded around them. Journalists murmured that the Tyler heiress was now linked to the second Wilson son. Emma knew perfectly well what she was doing. Each public appearance with William not only fueled rumors, but reinforced her image, not as a scorned woman, but as a powerful and unstoppable strategic figure. In her speech that night, Emma spoke about social responsibility, ethical investments, and how influential families had a duty to the community. But between the lines, each word was a message directed at the Wilsons and James. "Having a surname is not enough," she said softly, looking at the cameras. "True legacy is built with vision, effort, and commitment." Applause resonated throughout the room. Meanwhile, James sat alone in his small apartment. He turned on the television while eating instant noodles for dinner. The news showed images of the gala. Emma radiant, William at her side. James felt his stomach turning. He remembered when it was him who occupied that place, when the cameras followed him, when it was his face that appeared on the covers, when it was him whom everyone praised. At what moment did he lose everything? At what moment did Emma stop being the woman who waited for him and become the woman who surpassed him? While Emma closed deals with each investment, with each business move, consolidating her power network, even within the Wilson family itself, many voices began to say that William was the ideal successor. "Emma, this is going too fast," William told her one night, concerned. "Too fast for whom?" she responded with an enigmatic smile. William didn't know what to answer. The truth is that at this point he was completely caught in Emma's orbit. He knew it and didn't care. James, for his part, saw his world crumbling when Leagy called him from her parents' house. "I need time, James. I need to think if this is what I want for my life. You promised me we would be together no matter what," he shouted. "And you promised you wouldn't make me go hungry or be unhappy," she responded for the first time, raising her voice. The call was cut off. James threw the phone to the floor, looked furiously in the mirror, and barely recognized himself. Deep dark circles, disheveled beard, worn-out t-shirt. He remembered his old life. And for the first time, he wondered if he had made a mistake. Not just in leaving his family, not just in leaving Emma, but in thinking he knew what he wanted. For her part, Emma received reports and knew that James was alone. She knew that Leagy was on the verge of abandonment, and she knew that his savings had run out. And then she finally decided to take the final step. She organized an event, a big business conference where she would present a joint project between her family and the Wilsons, now led by William. It was a risky move because it was public. Everyone would see William as the successor. Everyone would see Emma as the leader, and everyone would see James as nothing. William trembled a little when he signed the documents. "Are you sure about this, Emma? This could destroy him completely." Emma looked at him for a long time. "I'm not doing this to destroy him, William. I'm doing this to secure my place and that of all of us." William nodded, but inside he began to wonder if Emma wasn't actually pursuing something deeper, something more personal, something that even he didn't understand. The night before the conference, James went out for a walk. The city was illuminated, full of life, full of opportunities for everyone except him. He passed by shop windows, restaurants, luxury hotels, and then in front of a big screen, he saw the announcement of Emma's business event. He saw her face. He saw William. He saw the Wilson name shining below the Tyler name. And for the first time, he felt a void so deep in his chest that he almost had to sit down. He remembered the words he once said to her. "Marrying you is an obligation, but loving Leagy is my instinct." He remembered his arrogance, his contempt, his certainty that Emma would wait for him forever. And now there he was, poor and abandoned, while she, elegant and powerful, had surpassed him in every aspect. And then James realized something devastating. Emma never waited for him. Emma had been building an empire while he played at being a rebel. And now it was too late. That night, Emma looked at her reflection in the mirror and took a deep breath. She knew that James would come to the event. She knew he would appear somehow, because he couldn't bear to stay out of the defining moment. And she was more than ready, because what he didn't know was that this last move wasn't just about business. It was about her pride, about proving to everyone that she could never be underestimated. The morning of the event dawned cold, with cloudy skies that predicted a storm. The streets of downtown were filled with luxury vehicles, reporters, special guests, and businessmen arriving at the majestic hotel where the business conference of the year would be held. Tyler Wilson Fusion. The Tyler surname was engraved in golden letters on the banners hanging at the entrance, and just below, the Wilson surname. Although this time it wasn't James, but William. James knew it as soon as he saw the news on the television of the small cafe where he was sitting, aimlessly watching the screen with a cold coffee between his hands. While reporters animatedly talked about the strategic union that would mark a before and after in the business world, he saw Emma smiling impeccably, greeting the cameras, and at her side William, the younger brother who had become the official face of the Wilsons. He felt a pang in his chest. That should have been him. That was his place by right. But now he was sitting alone wearing cheap clothes with a zero bank account, and with Leagy now completely distant. Because yes, Leagy had left that very morning, leaving him a simple message. I tried, but it didn't work. I can't take it anymore. I need to rebuild my life, take care of myself. He had been left completely alone. And for the first time, he rose from that chair feeling an impulse he hadn't felt for months. He had to confront Emma. He had to tell her that he was coming back, that he was ready to reclaim his place, that indeed he had fallen. But could he rise if she simply gave him a second chance? Emma, meanwhile, was in full makeup, preparing for her grand entrance. William entered the room, impeccably dressed, and stopped a moment to look at her. You look spectacular, he said with a somewhat insecure voice. Emma smiled in front of the mirror. Thank you, Will. Are you sure you can handle all this? He asked. It's a lot. Emma stood up, carefully adjusting her dress. I have been preparing for this moment my entire life, and today nothing and no one is going to take it away from me. While the guests filled the main hall, James entered furtively through a side door. It had been easy. He knew that place. He knew the emergency exits. He knew 1 or 2 security workers. When he spied between the curtains, he saw Emma standing on the stage, speaking gracefully, presenting figures, projects, alliances. People applauded. Cameras flashed. William was at her side, smiling. And there was the world that had been taken from him, the world that he himself had thrown overboard. James took a deep breath and slowly approached the stage, ignoring the surprised looks of some employees who recognized him. When Emma finished her speech, he took advantage of the brief silence to step forward. Emma, he called with a firm voice. A murmur ran through the hall, and those present turned. The cameras immediately focused on him. How unexpected, Emma said without surprise. James advanced a few more steps. I want to talk to you. Now. Emma raised an eyebrow, smiling. We're a bit busy. Don't you think this is neither the place nor the time? You said that if I came back, you would wait for me, James said, raising his voice. Reporters came running in. The audience held their breath. Emma slowly descended from the stage with calculated elegance. She stopped in front of him, so close that barely a breath separated them. That's what you believed? She asked, looking him directly in the eyes. Emma, I know I made mistakes. I know I was an idiot, but we can still fix it. Emma let out a soft laugh. Fix it, James? Do you think that while you were playing at being a romantic rebel, I stayed here waiting for you? Frozen in time. James swallowed. You told me. Emma tilted her head with that half-smile that used to disarm him. I told you what you needed to hear to leave, not what I really thought. The silence was absolute. Everyone was listening. Emma took a step back, raising her voice so that everyone could hear. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce you to the man who was once destined to be my husband, and who today is just a stranger who abandoned his name, his fortune, and his place for a fantasy that he couldn't sustain. Applause erupted not for James, but for Emma. The cameras focused on her impeccable, confident face. While James remained there, paralyzed and humiliated, William appeared at his side, placing a protective hand on his shoulder. "Emma, are you okay?" he asked in a low voice. "Perfectly," she replied without taking her eyes off James. James felt the air escaping from his lungs. He tried to say something else, but the words didn't come out. Emma looked at him for a long time, then leaned a little towards him and whispered, "Thank you for coming, James." It was the only thing missing to close this chapter. Then she turned around, taking William's arm, and together they returned to the stage. The audience applauded, cheered, and celebrated, and James, for the first time in his life, understood that he was really out. He left the room stumbling with burning eyes. Outside, the storm had finally broken. The rain soaked his hair, his face, his clothes, but he barely felt it. He walked aimlessly through the dark streets, imagining how he had gotten there, and above all, imagining if he would have the strength to get up. The night after the event, when the lights went out, the guests left, and the cameras stopped recording, Emma was left alone in her private office. Outside, it was raining heavily, but she remained seated in front of the window with a glass of wine between her fingers. The drops slid down the glass, tracing lines that looked like tears, but her face showed no sadness, but something much deeper. William gently knocked on the door before entering. "Everything okay?" he asked, approaching with caution. Emma turned her face slightly, giving him a brief smile. "Everything went according to plan, Will. Even better." William sat in front of her, observing her in silence, as if trying to decipher what was going through her head. "Can I ask you something?" he finally dared. "Of course. Was this really a business matter? Or was it something personal, Emma?" She put the glass aside, got up slowly, and walked around the room, her heels making a slight sound on the marble floor. She stopped in front of a bookshelf full of books and memories. There, among family photos, there was a small closed box of dark wood. "When I was a child," she said quietly, "my mother told me that the Tylers and the Wilsons were destined to be together, that there was no escape, that one day I would marry James. Since then, everything I did, everything I achieved was under that shadow. I wasn't Emma, the brilliant girl, the leader, the strategist. I was Emma, the future Mrs. Wilson." William listened motionless. "And then Leagy appeared," Emma continued with a twisted smile. "Purity, freedom, true love. James believed he could throw me in the mud as if I were just a family accessory that would stay waiting broken, while he played at being a rebel." She turned, looking at William. "But I was never like that. I never waited for James. I was never just the hurt girlfriend. I had a plan, and today I fulfilled it." William swallowed. "So, you never loved him?" Emma tilted her head thoughtfully. "I loved him, yes, once, but that love died the day he underestimated me. Since then, every step I took was to prove to myself that I could be something more, something greater, something invincible." Meanwhile, James wandered through the city. The cold water soaked his clothes, his hair, his skin. The public humiliation had been devastating. He no longer had money, family, partner, not even pride. He stopped in front of a shop window where a television showed images of the event on loop. Emma smiling, William signing contracts, businessmen celebrating. James closed his fists. Would there be any way to recover what was lost? Could he even approach to ask for forgiveness? For the first time, he wasn't sure. Leagy, for her part, was at her parents' house mentally reviewing every moment that had led her there. She had believed in James, in his promise of love, in his courage. But in the end, he hadn't been brave or strong. He had been just a rich boy playing at poverty. She loved him, yes, but she could no longer drag herself into a relationship where he himself didn't know who he was. "Maybe one day we'll meet again," she murmured, hugging a pillow. "When you're someone who can stand on your own." Emma sat down again, taking her drink. "And now what?" William asked, still impacted by everything he had heard. "Now we continue building," Emma replied with a serene look. "This was never just about James. It's about power and proving that I can lead, regardless of where I come from or who I leave behind." William nodded, although a shadow of doubt crossed his mind. He was just another piece on Emma's board. Emma looked at him as if reading his thoughts. "Don't worry. You are very important in this. Really important." William tried to smile, but something in the tone of her voice made him shiver. That night, when the lights went out completely, Emma was left alone in front of the mirror, contemplating her reflection for a long time. She remembered the girl who dreamed of love, of fairy tales, of a happy marriage. She remembered the young bride who believed that James was her destiny. And she remembered the woman who had emerged from all that, strong, brilliant, ruthless. Emma Tyler whispered to herself, "Never again will you exist just as someone's bride. Never again." Across town, James sat on a bench in the rain, head in his hands, heartbroken, mind in pieces. For the first time, he understood that he had lost, but he still didn't know if he could get up again. The next morning, James woke up on the park bench where he had spent the night. The wet clothes made him shiver. His sore muscles barely responded. For hours, he wandered aimlessly, not knowing where to go. Now, with dawn painting the sky in shades of gray and pink, he felt he had hit rock bottom. He took his almost dead phone with the cracked screen and looked for the only number that mattered. Emma hesitated a few seconds before dialing. What if she didn't answer? What if she had blocked him? What if she humiliated him again? But wounded pride and desperation won. He pressed the call button. Across town, Emma was in her office reviewing documents. An assistant came running in. "Miss Tyler, James is outside." Emma raised her head with a surprised look, though only for a moment. "Let him in," she ordered, closing the folder in front of her. James entered, staggering, wet, and disheveled with a dull look. Emma observed him in silence from her immaculate marble desk. She wore a perfectly cut suit. Every detail screamed control, power, authority. "James," Emma murmured almost in a whisper. "Well, look who has decided to come back." James took a few more steps closer and stopped in front of the desk. "I need to talk to you." Emma invited him to sit with an elegant gesture. He sank into the chair, defeated. "I lost everything," he said directly. "My family, Leagy, the money, the surname, everything." Emma observed him attentively as if dissecting him. "And why do you come to me, James? For pity? For redemption?" James's voice failed. "You were always there. I was wrong. I know, but I want to fix it." Emma tilted her head, amused. "Fix it?" James nodded desperately. "Give me a chance. I'm willing to start from scratch, to work, to learn with you." Emma stood up and walked slowly to the window, contemplating the city from above. The avenues, the cars, the people small as ants. "Do you know what the problem is, James? You always believed that I was a safe harbor that you could go to, play, explore, and in the end, I would always be there, waiting for you." She looked at him. "But I'm not that woman anymore." James clenched his fists. "Emma, please no." Emma's voice was firm and cutting, definitive. "Don't call me again. Don't look for me anymore." She leaned slightly, looking him in the eyes. "If you really want to get up, do it. Just prove to yourself that you can. But I am no longer part of your story." James remained motionless. Emma returned to her desk, took some documents, and signaled to the assistant to escort him to the exit. James slowly stood up. His throat burned. His eyes shined with unshed tears. Before leaving, he stopped. "Did you ever love me?" he asked softly. Emma remained silent, not looking at him. "Enough to learn to leave you behind," she finally responded. When the door closed, Emma took a deep breath. William entered the office shortly after, seeing her in silence. "Are you okay?" he asked. Emma nodded softly with a small smile. "Yes, I am exactly where I want to be." Meanwhile, James left the building, walking under the rain that was falling again. For the first time, he understood that there was no quick redemption, that there was no magical shortcut to recover what was lost. If he wanted to survive, he would have to build something new, alone, from scratch. The pain in his chest was very deep, but also a new spark surprisingly began to ignite. Could he rise? Could he rebuild himself? Perhaps yes, but not for Emma or for his family or for any surname, but for himself. Emma leaned back in her chair, looking out the window at the city. She knew that James had a long road ahead. She knew that their story had not ended, although they would follow separate paths. But she also had her own plans, dreams, and ambitions. And this time, nothing and no one was going to stop her. Months passed. Winter gave way to spring, and the streets that were once gray began to fill with flowers, colors, and renewed air. But for James, the seasons didn't matter. His life was marked by a single color, the gray of reconstruction. He had found a job in a small neighborhood bookstore, stacking boxes, cleaning shelves, helping customers. It wasn't glamorous. It wasn't heroic. But for the first time, it was real. Every morning, James woke up before dawn and walked to work under the drizzle or the sun, and he took a deep breath, facing one more day. His hands, once well cared for and fine, now had calluses. The body that was once flabby was now toned by daily effort. But the most important change wasn't physical but mental. For the first time in his life, James was learning to stand on his own. At first, the bookstore owners looked at him with distrust. "Are you sure you know how to do this, boy?" "I'll learn," he said, lowering his head. And he learned, day after day, task after task, without complaining, without giving up. Meanwhile, across town, Emma had become a central figure in the business world. She was invited to international panels and interviewed in award-winning magazines for her strategic vision. Together with William, they transformed the Wilson Tyler Company into a solid and respected empire with global projection. The rumors about her relationship with William continued to circulate in the media, but Emma never confirmed or denied anything. She knew that mystery gave her power, and William, for his part, seemed increasingly comfortable being her partner and discreetly her companion. One afternoon, while Emma was reviewing contracts in her office, William entered with a cup of coffee. "Here you are," he said, leaving it on her desk. Emma looked up, smiling slightly. "Thank you, Will. Haven't you thought about taking a break?" he asked, sitting in front of her. Emma raised an eyebrow. "Now that we've reached the top, you want me to relax?" William laughed softly. "I guess not. What I want," Emma added, lowering her voice, "is for no one to ever believe they can bring me down. Not James, not the partners, not the competitors. Never." William nodded, although inside he still had an unanswered question. What would have become of Emma if James hadn't betrayed her? Would she have been the same woman he now saw, so brilliant and strong, or someone completely different? James, in his modest, rented room, saved the few bills he managed to save each week. He ate simply, dressed simply, lived simply. But each day, looking in the mirror, he saw someone new. Someone who no longer depended on Emma, his family, or luxuries. Sometimes he thought about Emma, about her eyes, her smile, her determined look. He wondered if she ever thought about him, if in some corner of her heart there was still a memory. But he knew that those questions would not lead him anywhere. He wasn't rebuilding his life to get her back. He was doing it for himself. Ligi, for her part, moved on. She returned to the university and resumed her studies, rebuilding her life away from the chaos. She loved James, yes, but she had also learned a painful lesson. Love cannot be sustained with just beautiful words. It needs strength, work, commitment. And she had chosen to take care of herself. Emma, at the top of her crystal tower, also thought about James sometimes. Not with nostalgia, not with regret, but with a cold acceptance. "We were children," she confessed one night to William as they drank wine on a private terrace. "We believed that love was a game, a contract, a possession. And now?" William asked softly. Emma smiled. "Now I know that true power is in not needing anyone." William looked at her for a long time, wondering if that was true, wondering if behind that invincible woman there wasn't a crack, a breach, an empty space. But he never dared to ask out loud. James, for his part, began to dream of small projects. Maybe someday he would open his own business. Maybe he would write a book about what he had lived. Maybe he would simply be happy with little. It was a modest life, but for the first time it was his, only his. And although Emma and he no longer shared paths, although their names were no longer linked, although their lives had separated forever, something was clear. Both had survived, both had learned, and both in some way had become stronger, more authentic versions of who they were. Years passed. Not months, not weeks, but years. Cities changed, faces changed, fashions changed, but two names continued to emerge in conversations, although now rarely together. Emma Tyler and James Wilson. Emma became a legend in the business world. She was invited to international conferences and was on magazine covers, a symbol of female leadership and resilience. The Tyler surname was now synonymous with power, and she with independence. By her side, William had matured, consolidating himself not only as her partner, but as a trusted man. Although many speculated about a romantic relationship between them, she always smiled in interviews and said, "William is my partner and my friend. Nothing more, nothing less." James, on the other hand, had become a completely different man. He was no longer the spoiled rich kid, nor the heir who had everything, nor the rebel who had lost everything. He was an ordinary man working as a manager in a small chain of independent bookstores. He didn't earn fortunes. He wasn't in the news. He didn't have a surname that carried weight. But he was okay. He had his own apartment, simple but cozy. He had true friends built with time and effort. And most importantly, he had peace. One afternoon, almost by accident, James met Emma. He was coming out of a coffee shop when he saw her crossing the street, accompanied by her team, surrounded by assistants and ringing phones. She wore an impeccable suit, her hair perfectly pulled back, radiating a natural authority that left him breathless. For a moment, their eyes met, and time seemed to stop. Emma looked at him. James looked at her. And in that brief second, neither of them needed to approach. Neither of them needed to break the silence because both knew the same thing. Everything that had to be said had already been said. Everything that had to be felt had already been left behind. Emma gave him a brief smile, a slight, almost imperceptible gesture. James smiled too, a strange warmth filling his chest, and they continued walking in opposite directions. That night, James sat in his favorite armchair with a cup of hot tea between his hands. He looked out the window, contemplating the lights of the city. He thought about the boy he had been, about the man he was now. He thought about Emma. He thought about Ligi. He thought about everything he had lost and everything he had gained. And for the first time, he understood that it was okay not to have all the answers, that it was okay not to be perfect, that it was okay. Across town, Emma returned to her penthouse. She took off her heels and sat on the sofa, letting out a long sigh. She looked at the city from above, the blinking lights, the tiny cars like toys. She remembered James. She remembered their first laughs together, their first fights, their first betrayals. And she smiled, not with bitterness, not with sadness, but with gratitude. Because thanks to all that, she had become who she was, and that no one could take away from her. Life, the world kept turning. And although Emma and James no longer walked together, each had found for themselves the peace that had cost them so much. A peace built not on romantic love, power, or money, but on acceptance. Because sometimes the most powerful story is not the one that ends with a kiss. It's the one that ends with two people who have learned to walk alone. And that, dear listeners, is a lesson worth more than any fortune. Now on to the next story. Story 2. My son made me take care of his child, but he only let me sleep on the sofa. So I cut off the monthly support. While I squinted through my glasses to read, trying to figure out how to transplant the balcony plants, my phone began to vibrate on the table. The screen lit up with the name Evan. Right next to it was a photo of him holding baby Simon in his arms. Both of them smiling so wide it looked like the sun had spilled into my living room. My heart instantly softened. I set aside the small trowel, wiped my hands on my apron, and answered quickly, "Mom." Evan's voice came through soft and hurried with a tired tone that held a hint of childlike pleading. "Are you busy these days?" I chuckled softly. "I'm retired, sweetheart. What could I possibly be busy with? You, on the other hand, sound exhausted. Problems at work?" "No, I'm not working. He paused, and in the background I could hear the faint, disjointed whimpers of a baby. It's Lara. She's exhausted. She hasn't stopped with the baby day and night. She barely sleeps. She's lost so much weight. Before he could finish, Simon's cry came through the line, sharp, shrill, and right into my ear. Evan let out a long sigh, heavy with fatigue and helplessness. Do you hear that? When this little guy gets going, no one stands a chance. Mom, we're at our limit. We need help. At that moment, my heart shrank, pulled by the sound of my grandson's cries. He was only 3 months old, still in that tender, sweet phase that melts your insides just by looking at a photo. That round little face in the picture had already made me smile more than once. Lara had a C-section, and after she gave birth, I wanted to help, but her mother was staying over, and I didn't want to overstep. Now that her mother was gone, it was obvious they were in over their heads. I'll be there, I said without thinking twice. Don't worry. I'll pack my suitcase tonight and buy a bus ticket first thing tomorrow. It had been years since my husband passed away. The house had been silent, too silent, to be honest. So, the chance to see Evan and the baby, to be useful, to feel needed again, well, that moved me deeply. After hanging up, I sat there for a moment with a full heart, making notes. I would need to bring some gifts. Maybe some breathable cotton pajamas for the baby, something soft and comfortable for the summer, and those organic cloth diapers a friend had given me a while back. Much gentler on the skin than the disposables they sell in stores. For Lara, I remembered she once mentioned she liked collagen gummies, saying they were good for the skin. I'd bring some boxes, perfect for postpartum recovery. As I moved around the house tidying up, that little jab of loneliness I'd been carrying around seemed to dissolve in the excitement of anticipation. I even pulled out an old child care guide I had saved, thinking I could refresh my memory on how to prepare baby food or ease colic with a gentle massage. After all, I raised Evan myself. Now that he has a child, how could I just sit with my arms crossed? Helping isn't an obligation, it's an honor. Even if it meant putting this old body to the test, it would be worth every ounce of effort. I already felt it. 3 generations under one roof. The sound of laughter echoing through the hallways. A sleeping baby curled against my chest. Just imagining it made me smile. The next morning, I was outside Evan's house, lugging a bulky suitcase and carrying a gift bag in my arms. Inside were boxes of collagen gummies for Lara and soft, breathable pajamas for baby Simon. I was thrilled. The door flew open and revealed Evan's familiar radiant face. Mom, you're here. Come in. Let me carry your bag. He took the suitcase without missing a beat and set it aside naturally. I leaned over his shoulder, looking into the living room. It was relatively tidy, but the air carried the unmistakable scent of formula and diapers, mixed with something damp and sour, like stale leftovers of fatigue and anxiety that had long since settled into the walls. Lara came out of the bedroom holding the baby. She wore a loose robe and her hair was tied up in a messy bun. She was pale with dark circles under her eyes. She looked at me with a vacant expression, nodded slightly, and murmured, "Chloe, you're here?" Her voice was neutral, neither warm nor cold, like someone greeting a distant neighbor who shows up unannounced. No smile, no welcome, nothing. The warmth in my chest fizzled like a matchstick dunked in water. Even so, I forced myself to ignore it. Maybe she was just tired. Maybe it was nothing personal. I quickly took out the gift bag and held it out to her. Lara, I know you've been exhausted lately, so I brought you some collagen gummies. They're supposed to help with skin recovery. I thought they might give you a little boost. She took the bag without looking inside. Thanks, she said in a monotone, then turned around and disappeared into the bedroom, carefully closing the door behind her. I stood there, my hand hanging in the air. For a moment, everything was silent, an awkward, heavy silence. Evan scratched his head, looking embarrassed. He rubbed his palms together and tried to fix the moment. Well, the thing is, he began, stumbling over his words. We're a bit short on space right now. That guest room is still full of Lara's pregnancy stuff. Some baby items we haven't used yet. The old crib, a mess we haven't cleared out. So, for now, would you mind staying on the sofa just for a few days? I'll clean out the room this weekend and get it ready for you. He gestured toward the gray fabric sofa. It looked clean enough, but it was still just a sofa. I followed his hand with my gaze, and my heart gave a jolt. The sofa in the living room. I hadn't come here on vacation. That much I knew. I traveled to help them with the baby, but not even a room with a door. Just the living room. No privacy, no quiet, only a shared space that would also serve as my bedroom. However you looked at it, it felt off. The thought slipped in, uninvited. I'm just an in-house maid. They don't have to pay. But then I caught Evan's expression, a mixture of apology and desperation. He stood there like a kid who knew he'd done something wrong, but didn't know how to fix it. I swallowed the lump in my throat. I pushed down the ache in my chest and gave a small smile. I patted him gently on the arm. It's fine, really. The sofa is big. I'm just one person. I don't need much. Go do whatever you need to do. Don't worry about me. Relief washed over his face. He looked like someone who had just set down a 50-pound backpack. Thank you. Really, let me get you some water. He disappeared into the kitchen. I leaned back on the sofa, running my fingers over the rough texture of the fabric. That silent disappointment coursed through me like a stone dropped into still water, creating ripples that wouldn't stop. Maybe he really would clear out the room this weekend. Maybe I was overthinking everything. Still, I couldn't help wondering if they saw me less as mom and more like a living nanny they didn't have to pay. I let out a quiet, bitter laugh. That first night gave me a real sense of making do with what I had. The sofa faced the sliding glass door to the balcony. There was a screen, yes, but with the summer heat, the mosquitoes seemed like flying ninjas. Their high-pitched buzzing hovered around my ears like a monotonous concert in a closed room. My arms and legs were covered in bites that itched, reddened, and hurt. Worse still, there was no separate air conditioner in the living room. June and Connecticut can feel like a sealed sauna. The window had a mesh curtain, but I didn't dare open it too wide. Those bloodsuckers could sniff out body heat faster than a heat-seeking missile. I lay there sweating, skin clammy and stuck to the cushion. And the sofa itself, betrayal in upholstered form, wasn't a bed, no matter how wide it might look. Every time I moved, I had to be careful not to roll off the edge. The springs creaked with every shift, noisy and squeaking like pots banging in a silent kitchen. Sleeping was impossible. On top of that, I'd spent half the day on a long bus ride, already exhausted. And there I was, half awake all night, anticipating the next wail from Simon through the bedroom wall. I don't think I slept a wink. Before dawn, I heard that all-too-familiar sound. Sharp, urgent cries cutting through the quiet, tugging at my chest. I got up right away and tiptoed to the master bedroom. The door was ajar. Inside, Lara cradled Simon, rocking him gently. Her forehead rested against his, brow furrowed in exhaustion. Evan was still sprawled on the bed, completely still, sound asleep. Lara looked up and saw me. Her expression froze for a moment before she spoke in a tone of annoyance. "Chloe, why are you up so early? Did we wake you?" "Oh, not at all. I was already awake," I said softly, trying to keep a light, casual tone. "I heard the baby crying and thought I'd check on him." She didn't return my smile. She simply said, "He's hungry." I was about to feed him, then turned away, a silent sign that she neither needed nor welcomed me any closer. I retreated quietly back to the living room. My steps suddenly felt cautious, as though I were afraid of stepping on something fragile. Over the next 2 days, I became the house's unofficial full-time nanny. Lara breastfed, but everything else, burping Simon, changing diapers, rocking him to sleep, cleaning up the mess, fell to me. Simon had the kind of energy only babies have. He hardly slept and demanded to be held as soon as he woke. I walked in circles around the living room with him in my arms until my back hurt and my arms felt like cement. As for Lara, she spent most of her time in her bedroom. She said she was recovering, but most of the time I saw her on her phone giggling at videos or typing away with flying thumbs. On the rare occasion she appeared, it was to give me instructions. "The bottles need to be sterilized. Chloe, don't put the baby's clothes in the washing machine. You need to wash them by hand. Chloe, the floor is dusty. Can you mop it? Each word felt like a to-do list handed to a household employee. Cold with hardly any eye contact. Evan kept up his usual laid-back smile, but left early for work and didn't come back until late. He'd coo over Simon for a minute, hold him for 2, then hand him back and flop onto the sofa to decompress in front of the TV, or he'd disappear into his home office with a lukewarm, "I have some work to catch up on." I never expected him to be super hands-on, but watching him dodge responsibility so easily left a bitter taste in my mouth. Mealtime was its own little humiliation. Lara did the cooking. Intense dishes with loads of garlic, black pepper, jalapeno, hot sauce. They called it flavorful. For me, with my sensitive stomach and years of preferring mild and simple meals, it was overwhelming. Most of the time, I'd nibble on a bit of salad or pasta while the rest of the table happily ate. Eventually, I tried to speak up. "Lara, my stomach's a bit sensitive. Next time you cook, maybe you could make something lighter. Maybe a simple soup or skip the chili." She didn't even look up from her phone. "Chloe, you'll have to make do. I'm exhausted from taking care of the baby. I don't have the energy to cook separate meals. If it really doesn't work for you, you can eat out." Her voice was calm, almost polite, but the message was unmistakable. "You're lucky we're feeding you at all." Sweat beaded down my temples in the oppressive heat, and seeing her dismiss me so casually made something swell up inside me. Resentment, sadness, like dough that's been left to rise too long. It puffed up until it pressed against my chest. What was I doing here? I'd come all this way to help, to share in the joy of their family, to contribute. But now it felt like I was paying off an old debt with my body, like a penance for sins I didn't remember committing. By day, I cared for the baby. By night, I was mosquito bait on a lumpy sofa. Mealtime was a roll of the dice. Maybe there'd be something I could eat. Maybe not. It had only been 3 days, but I already felt like a tired old dog, worn out and breathless. And yet, the hardest part wasn't the aching limbs or the sleepless nights. It was feeling invisible, as though I were nothing but a placeholder, a tool to be used, but never truly seen. On the 3rd afternoon, the heat had become unbearable. The air was so still that not even the slightest breeze stirred the trees outside. Sunlight poured through the windows like molten fire, turning the entire house into an invisible oven. Simon must have felt it, too. He wouldn't stop crying, his little face red as a tomato. Sweat beaded his forehead and the tip of his nose. I walked in circles around the living room, fanning him with a handheld fan, but it was no use. He squirmed in my arms, those soft but relentless cries that tore at my heart. His face was so red, it scared me. There was an old air conditioner on the wall, dusty but intact. It looked like it hadn't been used in a while, but it still seemed functional. I hesitated for a moment, then grabbed the remote, telling myself I'd only turn it on briefly, just long enough to cool the house for the baby. I was drenched in sweat, my shirt sticking to my back like wet paper. I pressed the button. The machine hummed to life. A gentle current of cool air drifted from it, soft and refreshing. Within minutes, Simon settled down. The relief was immediate. His eyelids drooped, his little fingers went to his mouth, and in no time, he was sleeping peacefully in my arms. I exhaled in relief and was about to sit down to finally rest when the bedroom door suddenly flew open. Lara burst out with quick, angry steps, frowning. She must have heard the air conditioner. Without a word, she crossed the living room in a huff and hit the power button. The fan stopped instantly, and the cool air vanished, replaced in a blink by that dense, stifling heat. It felt like someone had snatched away the last breath I had left. I stood there holding Simon, stunned, half believing I'd imagined it. Then she spoke harshly, loudly, almost shouting, "Chloe, do you know how much electricity that thing uses in just 1 hour? We're already drowning in formula, diapers, the mortgage. We don't need to waste money by running the air conditioner all day. Use the fan. It's more than enough for a baby." Her tone wasn't a suggestion. It was a reprimand, cold and dismissive, like she was scolding a housekeeper who'd crossed the line. She didn't even look at me, just stood there glaring at the unit as though I'd committed a financial crime. For a moment, a rage flooded my mind. My ears buzzed. I couldn't hear anything else. Like my head was stuffed with cotton. It wasn't about the electricity, not even the scolding. It was the fact that I'd been holding a flushed, sweaty, uncomfortable baby, and my only thought was to ease his discomfort. That small, caring act, an instinct, had earned me a public humiliation. I looked at her. I opened my mouth to speak, but no sound came out. A knot clutched my throat. Humiliation, anger, and something colder. Disappointment, pain. It rose like a huge wave and crashed over me. I stood there soaked in it as though someone had thrown a bucket of ice water over my heart. It wasn't just that the air conditioner had been turned off. It was that part of me which had traveled all this way out of love, out of devotion, out of the desperate hope that I still mattered. She tossed that aside and stomped on it like it was worth nothing. Lara didn't wait for a response. She spun around, went back to the bedroom, and shut the door with a sharp thud. There I was, still in the middle of the living room, holding Simon, who had just calmed down and was now starting to whine again as the heat wrapped itself around us like a damp blanket. The air felt thick and silent. I could hardly breathe. My eyes stung, but I refused to cry. Tears wouldn't help me. They never had. They would only make me seem small, weak, pathetic. Instead, I walked over to the sliding door. At least a tiny breeze slipped in once in a while. I picked the fan back up and waved it back and forth in slow mechanical motions. Simon shifted slightly in my arms, frowning, his face still flushed and damp, a reflection of how I felt inside. I gazed down at him once he drifted off, his soft, even breaths and his little hand curled into a fist against his cheek. He was beautiful, so innocent, so helpless. The more I looked at him, the more my heart ached. What had these last few days been? Sleeping on a sofa, legs covered in mosquito bites, eating meals that upset my stomach while I was told to make do, spending every waking hour caring for their child, cleaning the house, running around just to be spoken to like an employee, and now scolded for turning on the air conditioner to help their overheated baby. 3 days, that was all it took to break me. But it wasn't just the exhaustion that hurt. It was being treated as though I didn't exist, as if my help, my presence, my love were there to be used, not valued or even acknowledged. Hadn't I come here because they were young, overwhelmed, and I thought maybe, just maybe, I could lighten their load? But they didn't see it that way. Everything I did was expected, assumed. My kindness wasn't kindness to them. It was duty, obligation, because we were family, because blood is thicker than water. I dreamt of warm, lively dinners, baby giggles, sleepy hugs, of being part of something again. Instead, I got sweat, silence, and growing pain that no one even noticed. That old phrase, "The greatest pain is a cold heart," used to sound so dramatic. But now I understood. It wasn't rage or heartbreak. It was the slow freezing of everything inside me. I didn't want to argue. I didn't want to fight. What was the point of battling with someone who wouldn't hear you? Someone who only saw their own exhaustion, never your effort. In that hot, unair-conditioned living room, something inside me went still. And in that stillness, I made a decision. That night, when Evan got home from work and Lara was in the bedroom nursing, I pulled him aside. I kept my voice gentle and calm, careful not to let the weight of the last few days seep through. "Evan," I said quietly, "I'm heading home tomorrow." He had just taken off his jacket. His hands froze in midair as he turned to look at me, surprise etched on his face. "What? You're leaving so soon? Mom? You've only been here a few days. I thought you were planning to stay longer. Help us with the baby." I avoided his gaze. "Something's come up at home that I need to handle. And it seems like Lara has everything under control here." I didn't mention the air conditioner or the sofa. The meals, the orders, everything that felt like orders. There was no point. None of it would change anything now. Evan frowned with worry in his voice. "Mom, wait. Did Lara say something? Did she upset you? You can tell me. I'll talk to her. She's a little on edge right now, but she doesn't mean anything by it. Don't take it personally." I shook my head, managing a tired smile. It's not that, Evan. Lara and I are fine, really. It's just that I have my own life, too, and there are things I need to take care of. He looked like he wanted to argue, but no words came out. Finally, he just nodded slowly, lips pressed together. The next morning, before dawn, I had already packed my things. There wasn't much, just a few changes of clothes and toiletries. I left behind everything I had brought for them. Evan stood by the door, eyes slightly red, making one last attempt. Mom, don't rush. I'll clear out the guest room today. I'll get you a rail bed. Please stay a bit longer. Make yourself comfortable. I shook my head gently, voice warm but firm. No, Evan, it's time. You have a full-time job, and Lara needs to get into her role as a mother. It's important you both learn to manage on your own. Even for me, those words carried a certain tone, a silent line in the sand. I won't be helping like this anymore. But I knew it was what needed to be said. Lara didn't come out of the bedroom. Maybe she was still asleep. Maybe she simply didn't care whether I left or stayed. Oddly, that made it easier. No need to pretend. Evan drove me to the bus station. The ride was quiet, full of unspoken things. He opened his mouth a few times, only to sigh and fall silent again. Right before we arrived, he reached into his wallet and pulled out 2 brand new $100 bills. He held them out, looking embarrassed and hesitant. Mom, don't be mad. Lara's overwhelmed. The baby's been so fussy, and she's not herself. She didn't mean to be harsh. Take this, please. Buy yourself something nice. I looked at the money, and a tangle of emotions surged in my chest. An apology, a payoff. Did he really think $200 would cover the sleepless nights, the mosquito bites, their indifference, and the feeling of being invisible? I didn't take it. I gently pushed his hand away. My voice was steady, although something between us had silently changed. I don't need it, Evan. Really. I have my own money. Keep it. You'll need every cent with a baby at home. He didn't argue. He simply tucked the bills back into his wallet, eyes down as if he no longer knew what to say. When the car stopped by the curb, I opened the door and got out before he could follow me inside. Call me when you get home, okay? He said softly behind me with an uncertain note in his voice. I will, I replied, lifting my suitcase. Then I turned and moved into the crowd without looking back. On the bus, as the scenery slid backward, my heart was quiet in a way it hadn't been in days. It wasn't anger or sadness. It was peace, a calm that came not from comfort, but from clarity. When I turned the key in my own front door and stepped inside, the familiar warmth of home washed over me. Sunlight filtered through the big windows, casting a golden glow over the hardwood floors, making them shine like honey. The silence of the house felt like a long overdue exhale. I walked into the bedroom and collapsed face first onto the bed, sinking into the mattress. I took a deep breath. The sheets smelled like freshly washed laundry and sunshine. It smelled like peace, like something that belonged to me. Those last days at Evan's house felt like a strange, enlightening dream. A bit absurd, a bit of an awakening. I sat on the edge of the bed, my gaze resting on the photo of my husband on the wall. His sweet smile looked back at me, warm and steady. Mentally, I could almost hear him saying, "Don't wear yourself out. Come home and rest." I spoke to him softly in my heart, a whispered confession, a tender goodbye. I remembered how we had scrimped and saved to help Evan buy his house. Back then, my husband was still alive. We drained our retirement fund to help with the down payment. He's just getting started, we said. Life is tough enough. Let's help him out. After my husband died, I carried on alone. When Evan and Lara couldn't afford the mortgage, I offered, or rather insisted, on sending $3,000 a month and kept that up for over 2 years. I believed giving would inspire gratitude, that love would be returned with love. But now, looking back, I saw it. The more I gave, the more they expected. Not as generosity, but as an obligation, to the point that in their eyes, this elderly mother had no right to turn on the air conditioner for her overheated grandson. Those 3 days weren't just exhausting, they were eye-opening, like a bucket of cold water poured over the illusion I had clung to for years. I used to think unconditional love for a child was something noble. Now I know some people will never appreciate it, only resent you for not giving more. The end of the month was coming. Time to make that familiar transfer. I sat on my soft, clean, comfortable sofa and opened the banking app. The balance wasn't huge, but it was mine. The security I'd built over a lifetime. I was fine. I didn't need much. As I stared at the screen, the memories played like a reel. Lara's cold eyes as she switched off the AC. Evan's guilty silence. My sleepless nights on that narrow sofa. I whispered the question out loud. Was it worth it? The answer came immediately. No, it wasn't. My finger hovered over the usual family transfer page, but I didn't press it. Instead, I opened a travel website, searching for short trips along the Portland coast. Then, I looked up the local community college catalog. Introduction to Ceramic Illustration for Beginners. I'd made my decision. The money I used to send them every month would from now on be mine. Not for Evan or Lara or to make their life easier, but for me. A woman who spent most of her life caring for others and finally deserves to care for herself. To sleep well, eat what she likes. To live as a person, not a shadow, even if it's just new walking shoes or a leisurely dinner. That's not selfishness. It's dignity. The following days were quieter than usual. In the mornings, I strolled through the park, chatting with neighbors about their grandchildren and their gardening plans. In the afternoons, I watered the balcony plants, letting the sun warm my arms. In the evenings, I curled up on the sofa with the TV humming in the background and slept through the night without interruption. It wasn't a forced calm. Rather, it came naturally, like a knot slowly untying itself. For the first time in a long while, I wasn't clinging to the illusion of being needed. In that letting go, I found a gentler kind of freedom. 2 or 3 days after the end of the month, Evan finally called. As soon as I picked up, I heard it in his voice. That careful tiptoeing tone that meant he wanted something. Mom, you forgot something. I was holding the sprayer, gently misting the plants by the window. At his words, my hand paused in midair, but my voice remained firm. No, I didn't forget. Why? He hesitated. Well, you know the mortgage. You didn't make the transfer this month. Oh, right. The mortgage, I repeated, stepping onto the balcony. The garden was in full bloom, clusters of roses lighting up the space with color. I let my gaze settle on them as I spoke softly. Evan, I've thought about this. From now on, you and Lara should handle the mortgage. The silence on his end was immediate, so absolute it sounded like the call dropped. But I went on. Both of you have jobs now. You earn decent wages. It's time you carry the weight of your own house. My retirement fund didn't fall from the sky. It's the result of decades of hard work saved penny by penny. I need to keep what's left, not to splurge, but because one day I might get sick or need care, and I can't afford to have nothing when that day comes. And besides, life isn't just about bills and errands. I want to take a ceramics class, maybe go north for a few days, stand on the shore, and listen to the ocean. Is that too much to ask? The silence stretched on again. So long, I thought maybe he had hung up. Finally, his voice returned, tense, sharper than before. With a hint of irritation, he couldn't hide. Mom, what are you saying? We had a deal. You said you'd keep helping me until I get promoted. You can't just stop like that. You know how tight things are this month. That's $3,000 gone out of nowhere. We can't cover that overnight. It wasn't a plea. It was an accusation. Like I'd broken a contract. Like I'd pulled the floor out from under them. I almost laughed. Was this what it all came down to in the end? After that sofa, those cold leftovers, the barking orders, and that empty stare when I switched on the AC for their baby? Promises go both ways. Respect does too. Evan wouldn't let up. He went on about how expensive the baby was, how stressed Lara had been, how they were doing their best. Then more hesitantly, Mom, this isn't about the AC thing anymore, right? I mean, come on. That was nothing. You're not still mad about that, are you? I cut him off. My voice wasn't loud, but it was clear, calm, firm, final. This isn't about being mad or punishing anyone. It's about clarity. Evan, you're in your 30s. You have a job, a family. It's time to step up and act like a responsible adult to take care of what's yours. I helped at first because I wanted to, because I know how hard it can be starting out. That was grace, not obligation. Now you're stable. You're making money. That house, your house, is your debt, your responsibility. You say it's hard. Sure it is. Nothing in life is easy. But you can't keep leaning on me the moment things get uncomfortable. I can help you for a season because I wanted to, but I won't carry you forever. And frankly, I've earned the right to start living for myself. Another silence. I could only hear his uneven, heavy breathing, like static on the line. After a long pause, he muttered, "Okay, I get it." And then the call ended. I stared at the screen as it went dark, still warm in my hand, and let out a silent sigh. It wasn't over. I knew that. Lara, with her pride and sharp tongue, wouldn't let it go. Not without a storm, I was sure. But for now, at least I'd drawn the line and I stood on my side of it. Sure enough, it wasn't even half a day before my phone rang. An unknown landline number. I looked at the screen for a moment, and deep down, I already knew who it was. I answered with a simple, "Hello, Chloe. What the hell is this supposed to mean?" Lara's voice exploded through the speaker, shrill and cutting. She must have realized I'd blocked her cell number and had gone to the trouble of calling from a different phone. "You think you can just pull out like that? You promised to help Evan with the mortgage and now you decide to stop? That's not right. It's dishonest." Her voice cracked under her rage as though I'd committed an unspeakable betrayal. Like withdrawing from their finances wasn't a decision, but an act of treason. I didn't respond right away. Instead, I pressed my palm gently against my knee, clinging to that simple warmth. These same hands had cradled her baby, washed their dishes, folded their laundry thanklessly. But she didn't stop. "Do you realize how much we're paying right now? Formula, diapers, bills stacking up. The mortgage is suffocating us, and you just walk away just like that." She paused for breath, then went on trying to bury me under guilt. "You promised, Chloe. You said you'd help until Evan got that promotion. What are we supposed to do now? Magically pull $3,000 a month out of nowhere?" Her words hit like darts one after another. After all, sharpened with liar, irresponsible, selfish. Still, I didn't speak. I let her vent. I could hear the desperation beneath her rage. She needed someone to blame, and I was the easy target. I wasn't going to interrupt her moment. Meanwhile, my mind drifted back 3 weeks to the suffocating heat of that living room. The sweaty baby crying in my arms. Lara stepping out to shut off the air conditioner with one cold flick of her wrist. "We can't afford the electric bill." And here she was accusing me of cruelty and abandonment. Yet, when I was the one broiling, sleep-deprived, living off scraps, working like a phantom in the background, where had her concern been? Her idea of help us had never been about collaboration. It was a one-way channel. I gave, they received, then they expected more. Finally, I spoke. My voice was steady, serene, as though I'd rehearsed it 100 times. "You're right, Lara. I decided to stop sending money, but it wasn't impulsive. I've thought it through for a long time. I helped you because I wanted to, but now I've decided I need to help myself." A pause. Brief, heavy, tense. Then came the next wave. Even harsher, more frantic. "How low, Chloe? Seriously, you're doing this just to make our lives harder. If we can't pay the mortgage, do you realize what that means? Are you ready to take that responsibility?" Her voice had a new tone, not just anger, but something darker, a warning, a threat. I didn't waver. I didn't raise my voice or match her tone. I simply answered quietly. "And Lara, that responsibility was never mine. That house was your choice, your loan, your responsibility. Being Evan's mother doesn't make me his financial safety net. I gave what I could when I could. That was kindness, not a contract. I don't owe you anything. And you're right about one thing. Your life is difficult. Raising a child, maintaining a home, making ends meet. That's real. But it's your life you have to figure out, not mine that you need me to finance. I'm not punishing you. I'm simply done pretending that I don't have limits. Nothing. Total silence. No yelling, no protests, just a sudden stop, like she'd slammed into an unexpected wall. Then the call dropped. I sat for a moment with the phone in my lap, watching the screen go dark. It was still warm from the call. My fingers were steady, my chest strangely calm. I thought maybe that would be the end, that we had finally drawn our lines and gone our separate ways. But life rarely lets you off so easily. Something told me Laura wasn't finished yet. It started with a phone call from a neighbor the next morning. I'd just gotten back from my community college ceramics class with a lump of clay in my hand. My first attempt at making a teacup, still damp and misshapen, but mine. I set it out to dry when the phone rang. It was Carol, an old friend and longtime church volunteer partner. Her voice was low, as if she were holding something back. "Chloe, is everything okay with your daughter-in-law? Laura came by the rec center today. She said you cut off their money and called her a freeloader, that you accused her of bleeding the family dry and driving her into postpartum depression." My hand trembled around the teacup. I almost dropped it. "She said that at the center?" I asked. "She said it multiple times," Carol replied. "I didn't pay much attention at first, but she showed up again today and kept going. She's telling people you said, and I quote, 'I'd rather donate to a stray dog than give another dollar to your house.' She's even showing photos." "Chloe, did you really say that?" I closed my eyes briefly, pushing away the heat welling up behind them. "Thank you for letting me know, Carol," I said quietly. "But no, I never said that." She sighed. "Well, people talk. They're saying you're cold and cruel, that you turned your back on a poor new mother." After hanging up, I opened the neighborhood group chat on my phone. Sunny Brook Neighbors United. Over 100 members. I scrolled and found it. Indeed, Laura had posted a screenshot of a private message, a chat record with me. It included a line from me that read, "Sometimes dogs are kinder than people. At least they know how to be grateful." And below was something like, "Some people think I'm a dog." Apparently, the post was blowing up with likes, shares, and concerned comments. I closed my eyes again. I remembered that message. It was mine, sent privately to an old friend the day I finally cut ties with Evan and Laura. My friend had said, "You're too soft." I'd replied, half jokingly, half bitterly, "Sometimes dogs are kinder than people. At least they know gratitude." I never imagined it would end up plastered all over the town's notice board. Then there was another post. A photo of the cotton onesies I'd lovingly picked out at the mall last month. Back when I still believed Laura would someday say thank you. Now she had them listed for resale. The text read, "New, never used. A gift from my mother-in-law, but too old-fashioned. If interested, PM me." I stared at the screen, feeling my heart sink into a cold, heavy place. I'd spent an entire afternoon selecting them. She hadn't even thanked me, just posted them online to sell. I didn't reply. I didn't fight. I didn't try to clear my name. I left the group chat, silenced my notifications, and deleted contacts I no longer needed. But Laura wasn't done. 3 days later, I ran into her outside the supermarket. She had the baby in one arm and was dragging a shopping cart with the other. She slipped in right beside me, voice low but bitter. "So, Chloe, are you happy now? Everyone in the neighborhood is talking about you. You've made quite a scene." I said nothing, just grabbed a bunch of bananas. She kept going, her tone sharpening. "Why did you have to tell people I'm a leech? You think it's fun for me to walk into the post office and have people stare at me like I'm trash? Even here, people are looking at me like I'm nothing." I looked at her and still said nothing. She leaned closer, narrowing her eyes. "Aren't you worried that one day Simon will grow up and find out what kind of woman his grandmother really was?" That made me pause. I met her gaze, and for the first time in days, I let my voice be heard. "No, Laura. What worries me is that Simon will grow up and learn how his mother treated the woman who once held him while he slept all afternoon." She froze. I pushed my cart a few steps forward, then spoke again without looking back. "I'm not your ATM. I'm not your maid. If you want to insult me, Lie about me, sell whatever I give you, go ahead. But don't think I'm gonna keep bending over and handing you pieces of myself just so you can stomp on them. Simon isn't an orphan and you're not crippled. So stop pretending you need to be rescued. Her cheeks flared with anger. What do you want from me? I paused, turned slightly. My eyes flicked down to the baby in her arms, small, squirming, stretching toward the sunlight. My expression softened, but only a little. I don't want anything, I said. I just want to live my life. Sleep in the bed I paid for. Spend the money I earned. Go where I want and eat what I like. You think I don't love Simon? I love him more than I can say. But I won't let that love be used to control me, just so you can curse me for getting in your way. Then I walked into the store. Behind me, I heard Simon's little whimper, the start of a baby's cry. Lara didn't follow. That night, I slipped on my comfortable clothes, put the kettle on, and filled a tub with warm water for a soothing foot soak. Steam rose in gentle curls, and for the first time in a long while, my little home felt quiet, almost free from the noise of the past few weeks. Then my phone buzzed. It was from Evan. We hadn't spoken since that day at the store. His message read, "Mom, I'm sorry. I know Lara went too far this time." I stared at the words, my thumb hovering over the screen, but I didn't reply. Apologies are nice, but this one came too late and too cold. For the next 2 weeks, my days felt almost unreal in their silence. No messages, no calls, not even a passing mention from Carol. It was as if the storm had finally quieted, leaving only distant ripples behind. Until that afternoon, I was sitting on a park bench watching the wind whisper through the trees when my phone buzzed again. An unknown number. Mom! The voice on the other end sounded shaky, frantic. It's me, Simon. He's got a high fever, almost 102 Fahrenheit. He's out of it, and I don't know what to do. It was Evan. His voice broke. I've been trying to get the hospital on the line, but I can't get an appointment. Lara's not answering my calls. I don't even know where she is. I don't know what to do. My heart clenched. Where are you? I asked. I'm coming now. He gave me the hospital's name, and I grabbed my purse without a second thought. I didn't dwell on the past or on what had been said or unsaid. I only knew my grandson was sick, and they needed me. The ER was chaos. Crying children echoed in the halls. Evan was in the triage line, sweating through his shirt, arms aching as he held a limp, feverish Simon against his shoulder. The baby's little hand clutched the collar of his dad's shirt. His small body burned with fever. His cheek pressed against Evan's neck as soft, desperate whimpers slipped out. Evan's eyes darted between the endless line ahead and the pale, sweaty baby in his arms. He looked like a man falling apart, overwhelmed and helpless. Then near him, a small motion caught his eye. At the neighboring desk was an older woman with gray hair, wearing a navy blue cardigan draped loosely over thin shoulders. She was gently rocking a feverish toddler in her arms while rummaging in her purse for an insurance card. At her feet was a children's backpack, plus 2 bulky packages of diapers. The child slumped on her shoulder, eyes red and glassy, lower lip trembling from crying. Quietly, the woman whispered, "Hang on, sweetie. Grandma's going to check you in. We'll see the doctor soon. Okay?" Evan froze, struck by a sudden flash, a memory. He had been that feverish child once in a hospital at night, crying, and she, his mother, had been the one standing in line for hours with him cradled in one arm and the paperwork in the other. She had knelt to give him water and whispered comforting words, even though her own eyes were heavy with sleeplessness. She stayed up all night for him. He hadn't thought about it until now. A knot formed in his throat. A strange heat rose behind his eyes. He looked at Simon, his own feverish son, clinging to him for comfort. And for the first time an apology surfaced. Not to his son, but to the woman who wasn't there to hear it. "I'm sorry," he whispered. By the time I arrived at the hospital, Simon had already been admitted. He was curled up against my chest, flushed red and breathing in short gasps. His tiny hand grabbed my blouse like an anchor. Evan sat next to me, shoulders slumped, silent. After a long pause, he finally spoke in a low voice. Mom, I'm sorry for everything. I didn't look at him. I kept my focus on Simon. How long has he had a fever? I asked softly. 3 days. He answered barely louder than a whisper. Lara said it was just a cold. I believed her. I figured it would go away. But this morning he wouldn't wake up properly. That's when I realized it wasn't just a cold. I nodded once without speaking. Evan let out a long sigh. Lara was out with friends the other night. I didn't push it. I didn't think. God, I didn't think. I turned to look at him then, my gaze steady and piercing. You're a father, Evan. Your son had a fever for 3 days. And neither of you did anything. You went to work. She went out partying. All the while, your baby was burning up. His head dropped as though someone had punctured all the air from him, like a balloon leaking until it was completely deflated. Meanwhile, across town, Lara was living the most humiliating moment of her life. The day before, she had proudly posted a photo on Facebook wearing a stylish cami and sparkly lip gloss, posing with a group of friends at a trendy cafe. The caption read, "Being a mother doesn't mean forgetting who you are. A child is not an excuse or a cage." The comments poured in, "You look gorgeous," / "I love your vibe." Lara smiled, clicked like, and leaned back, satisfied. But then a new comment shot straight to the top. It was from her old college roommate, now a pediatric nurse at a local hospital. "How interesting. Your son's in the ER right now with a fever of 102. But sure, go ahead and be you." The thread went silent. One of the women at the table, someone Lara barely knew, looked at her and said, "Maybe you should stop complaining about your mother-in-law not helping. Looks like you're not helping yourself either." Lara froze, cheeks going pale. The brunch was a disaster. She didn't say goodbye, just grabbed her purse and stormed out. She didn't go home. She didn't go to the hospital. Instead, she sat in her car scrolling through old photos, most of which she used to roll her eyes at. One in particular gripped her. A photo of Chloe holding Simon upright, gently patting his back to help him burp. It was a picture she had once deleted, calling it boring and clingy, but it had somehow been restored from a backup. She stared at Chloe's expression, so patient and gentle, eyes full of care. She remembered mocking her, insulting her too many times. She remembered the day she posted the baby clothes Chloe had bought, calling them too old-fashioned, trying to sell them online for a few bucks. Someone had haggled the price down to less than the cost of a cup of coffee. And then, abruptly, something in her cracked. She sat in the car crying for 2 whole hours, makeup streaking down her cheeks, voice turning hoarse. The next night, she was at the hospital with Simon. His fever had finally subsided. His breathing was deeper, more regular. He lay curled against my chest, one hand loose around my shirt. Evan had fallen asleep next to me. He hadn't slept in days. Around 2 a.m., my phone vibrated. It was from Lara. Not a call, not a text message, an email with no subject line. The message was shaky and scattered. An apology without excuses or sugar-coating. She wrote that she'd blamed our problems on mother-in-law drama when the truth was she'd been lazy. She admitted lying about what I'd said. She admitted selling the clothes I'd bought and laughing about it. It was all wrong, everything. She wrote, "I'm not a good mother. I haven't been a decent daughter-in-law. I know it's too late, but I hope you believe me when I say I finally get it." Attached was an old photo of the two of us laughing in the kitchen, hands coated in flour while baking cookies. An authentic moment, a happy one. I stared at that photo for a long time. Then I put the phone face down on the bedside table and closed my eyes. In the weeks that followed, Simon got more fevers, as babies often do. But this time, Evan and Lara didn't immediately call me in a panic. They handled it. Sometimes they'd message me, "Mom, he seems to have a rash. Should we alternate Tylenol and Motrin?" Usually I'd answer, but I started waiting longer on purpose. Not because I was angry, but because they needed to try on their own first. Lara's messages were short, polite, never warm, but not hostile anymore. The edge in her tone was gone. I didn't ignore her. I just didn't rush to smooth things over. I stopped rushing altogether. We weren't fixed, but maybe we were going in the right direction. The plants on my balcony bloomed again. I transplanted them all, carefully, loosening the roots, trimming leaves, and refreshing the soil. That afternoon, sunlight poured across my living room floor in soft rays. I curled up on the sofa with a cup of tea, flipping through the travel guide I'd once left unfinished. And for the first time in a long while, I truly understood something in my bones. A good life isn't about just surviving. It isn't about sacrificing yourself until there's nothing left. A good life is one where you don't have to beg for breathing space, where you don't have to earn kindness, where you care for yourself, not to prove anything but because you deserve to be cared for. I wasn't going anywhere. I didn't plan on leaving again. But I wasn't the same mother who jumped at every cry. I wasn't the woman who stretched herself thin to avoid loneliness or the invisible force that quietly held up someone else's home. I was me. The relationships in my life still had healing to do. The child I loved was still growing. And my days, my real, full, enriching days were just beginning. Only this time I was finally living them for myself. Now on to the next story. Story 3. The HOA stole my dog while I was at work, claiming he barked too much. Thor had always been noisy. A healthy, cheerful, slightly clumsy golden retriever, like every happy dog should be. He barked when he saw the mailman, when he heard unusual footsteps on the sidewalk, when other dogs passed by, or when the garbage truck stopped out front. But he was never aggressive. He never bit anyone, never left the yard, never crossed the property line. He was just a dog being a dog. When I moved to this neighborhood 3 years ago, I imagined I'd find peace. Beautiful houses, well-kept streets, an organized community, actually too organized. I soon discovered that the HOA controlled every detail with an iron fist and endless meetings. The grass couldn't exceed a certain length. The fence color had to be approved. Non-standard plants triggered formal warnings. I thought it was over the top, but I took a deep breath and tried to adapt. Except Thor didn't know how to be discreet. At first, there were a few casual complaints. An anonymous note in the mailbox. "Your dog barks too much. Please fix it." Then a neighbor, always with that fake smile, told me casually, "Oh, your dog is so beautiful. Too bad he barks so much, right?" I thought it was just a fussy neighbor, someone who doesn't like pets wanting a cemetery-quiet neighborhood. I kept living my life, taking Thor for walks, giving him weekly baths, keeping his vaccines up to date. He was my partner, my companion after a whole day at work. But over time, the signs got more serious. The first fines arrived, small at first, noise disturbance violations. Then came written warnings copied to the condominium board. HOA meetings started happening in secret. They kicked me out of the groups, stopped greeting me. Neighbors who used to smile at me now avoided eye contact. Nobody responded to my good mornings anymore. It was as if I had broken some silent rule and was being socially punished for it. I started to worry. I tried talking. I wrote a letter apologizing for any inconvenience. I even bought a bark-reducing collar against my own will, just to show I was trying to cooperate. But nothing worked. That Friday, I left the house at 7 o'clock in the morning like always, gave Thor his food, left fresh water, patted his head and said, "Behave yourself, big guy. Tomorrow we'll go on a long walk." I came back at 6 o'clock in the evening. The street was strangely quiet. I entered through the back gate and called Thor. "Come on, boy." Silence. I called again. No bark. No sound of paws on the ground. I ran to the backyard. The gate was locked, as always, but the space was empty. His collar was hanging there, his water bowl untouched. The red ball he never let go of was all alone in the corner. Panicked. Searched the house, called neighbors, looked around the neighborhood. Nothing. No sign, no barking, no clue. And then I saw it, stuck to my front door with tape. A white envelope, no return address. Inside was a letter on HOA letterhead. Cold, bureaucratic, impersonal. "We inform you that after repeated complaints and considering the inconvenience caused by the dog Thor, the HOA authorized the animal's removal by a specialized team. This action aims to preserve the well-being of the community. We appreciate your understanding. Hoa! My hands trembled. My stomach turned. I reread that paper at least 10 times. Removed? What do you mean, removed? Who do they think they are to take my dog without even warning me? What kind of organization believes it can enter someone's property and seize a pet as if it were unwanted trash? I sat on the porch steps, holding the crumpled paper, my chest wide open with pain. Thor was more than just a dog. He was my home, my balance, my silence after chaos. And now he was gone. I didn't run, I didn't cry. I just sat there motionless. The anger was still building up like a silent storm, but one thing was certain. This wasn't going to end like that. It was only beginning. The next morning, before the sun rose, I was already up with dark circles under my eyes, my face swollen and my eyes burning from not sleeping at all. During the night, I had watched my home security footage at least 20 times, looking for any movement at the gate, a sound, a clue of how and when Thor was taken. But there was nothing. They had turned off the cameras. It wasn't a rushed or improvised action, they had planned it. The first thing I did was call the HOA's number, which of course went straight to voicemail. Then I went to the administrative office, where they'd stationed some kind of outsourced receptionist who barely looked up from her monitor. When I asked where my dog was, she replied in the most indifferent tone possible. He was removed by a noise control team and sent to the partner shelter. We have no further information. Partnered with who? Who authorized this? You couldn't just barge into my property. It's in the HOA regulations you signed when you moved in. She handed me a plastic-covered copy of some obscure clause in the membership contract, something about interventions in cases of proven collective disturbance and containment measures authorized in the name of general well-being. I swear I had never read that. Never imagined anyone could interpret intervention as steal your dog while you're at work. I left there shaking, went straight to that so-called shelter. When I got there, I was ready for a fight. But the woman at the front desk greeted me with a pained expression and said something that still echoes in my head. "Oh, you must be Thor's owner." "Yeah, he's no longer here." "What do you mean he's no longer here?" I asked, my voice faltering. "He was adopted out yesterday night. It was an emergency situation. They claimed he was aggressive and posed risks to the neighborhood. There was a direct request from your HOA with a formal authorization. Adopted out? Without my consent? Without even telling me? He was perfectly healthy. I just follow protocols, ma'am." I had a meltdown right there. I screamed, cried, banged on the desk. I demanded to see documents, records, videos, anything. All I got was a set of superficial documents signed by someone at the HOA with my name misspelled and an absurd description of Thor as an agitated animal with aggressive potential, lacking vaccination records. Lies. All lies. He was vaccinated, microchipped, with a recent vet checkup, and they knew it. In that moment, something inside me broke. The pain turned to fury, and the fury became certainty. If nobody would help me, I would find the truth myself. I went back home and started calling everyone I could. Friends, veterinarians, animal rescue NGOs, lawyers. But at every turn I hit a wall. No one wanted to get involved. When I explained the HOA was behind it, people backed away like I was talking about the mafia. In the neighborhood, the humiliation intensified. I started noticing whispers, long stares, crooked smiles. In one of the online groups, I saw a comment. Finally, they dealt with the dog from 24B. It was about time. I had become the crazy dog lady. The woman who yells at gates, rips up notices off the door, who freaks out at the shelter. And still, no one offered a hand. But I wasn't going to stop. I wasn't going to accept it. They could isolate me, ridicule me, but if they thought I'd forget Thor, they were dead wrong. I was going to scour that entire neighborhood if necessary. I'd find out where he was, who took him, why, who signed off on it. They think they're dealing with a hysterical woman, but what they've just created is a dangerous woman. Nights ceased to exist. Sleep became a privilege I could hardly remember. Obsession took over everything. I woke up and went to bed, on the nights I actually slept, thinking of Thor, his face when he saw me grab his leash, the barks he'd make when he heard my key in the gate. That over-the-top excitement of a dog that just wanted to be by my side. Now, every time I passed through my gate, there was only silence. and the silence hurt more than any noise ever could. I started investigating alone. I gave up trying to make people like me. That was over. I didn't need sympathy anymore. I needed names, dates, evidence. I went back to the shelter, this time with a hidden recorder in my pocket. The woman at the desk recognized me from afar and called security before I even spoke. But I wasn't there to ask permission anymore. I spent the week calling other shelters, pretending to volunteer, offering to help, trying to see how quick adoptions typically worked. That's how I found something strange. A small, almost unknown shelter told me over the phone, "Oh, you're from the HOA Hillside area, right? We usually get pickups from there now and then." "What do you mean?" I asked, trying to keep my cool. "They have their own system. When there's a dog that barks too much or is problematic, they send it over. We just sign, receive, and pass them along. Nothing illegal, but it's kind of private." That was the first crack in the HOA's squeaky clean veneer. I kept going. I recorded everything. Neighborhood meetings, I'd be in the back, cell phone on airplane mode, camera rolling in my pocket. I started putting together a physical binder full of names, timelines, screenshots of group chats, copies of the fines I'd received. I talked to former residents, those who had the guts to move away. And one of them, safely far from the neighborhood, sent me a voice message saying, "You're not the only one. My German Shepherd disappeared the same way. They told me he ran away, but today I'm sure that wasn't the case." Each account was like driving a nail deeper into my chest. And the more I dug, the filthier it got. I discovered that the shelter responsible for these pickups received a significant donation 2 years ago from the very HOA. And the HOA president owned a dog training business that provided calm and obedient dogs to gated communities and therapy clinics. The connection was getting clear. Thor wasn't removed, he was taken, sold. I started carrying a notebook everywhere. I wrote down every suspicious phrase, every strange look, every new name. It became an obsession. I lost friends. People close to me said I was obsessed, that I needed to move on. But they didn't understand. They took my best friend. They called me unhinged, loud, stole from me in silence. And now I was the street-crazy lady, the one who talks to herself, who rummages through garbage, who records meetings, who writes names on a yellow clipboard, the woman who lost her dog and lost her mind. But I knew what I was doing. Because beneath the contempt, the scorn, the isolation, I was getting closer. Something told me I was one step away from finding out exactly what they did to Thor. And nobody would stop me. The binder was black, thick, heavy. At first, it only had a few stapled fines, a smudged copy of the HOA note, and some suspicious shelter paperwork. But now it was overflowing. Transcripts of audio recordings, chat screenshots, names, company documents, donation receipts, copies of old meeting minutes, records of other residents whose dogs also disappeared. It was more than a collection of evidence. It was the body of a crime. But the turning point came on a seemingly ordinary night, so ordinary I almost stayed home. I was exhausted, defeated, ready to give up for the day. But fate loves to prod us when we least expect it. The doorbell rang. A woman wearing a mask, sunglasses, and a cap handed me a manila envelope. She didn't give her name, didn't explain anything. She just looked at me with a hint of pity I hadn't seen in a long time and said, "Some of us still have a conscience, but speak softly. They hear everything." And then she left. Inside the envelope was a handwritten letter, frantic penmanship full of scratch-outs. She introduced herself as a former shelter employee, saying she'd been fired after questioning the direct orders they received from the HOA, how the dogs that were picked up almost never received medical evaluations, how the reports were filled out before even seeing the animal, and how, in some specific cases, they were instructed to adapt the records according to what the HOA needed. At the end of the letter, she wrote in trembling letters, "Thor was sold. Fake name, chip removed, forged paperwork." The buyer was directly indicated by the HOA president. At that moment, I didn't cry. I didn't scream. I couldn't even react. I just stared at the words like I was reading a death sentence. But the pain turned to action. I grabbed my dossier, organized every piece of evidence as if I were preparing a court case, and I started asking more direct questions. I called journalists, activists, NGOs, lawyers. Some ignored me, others laughed me off. But one in particular listened. He was an investigative reporter. When I told him part of the story, he thought I was exaggerating. But when he saw the papers, the audio recordings, the former employee's letter, his face changed. This is much bigger than it seems. We started building a timeline. The HOA had removed at least 8 dogs over the past 18 months, all with excessive barking records, all with owners who had received similar notices. None returned. No official investigation, no citations against the association. And more. The HOA president was listed as a hidden partner in 2 companies, one supplying dogs to luxury condominiums, another a rehab clinic that used sociable and trained dogs as part of its therapy. Thor ended up in that system. A dog too noisy for the neighborhood, but perfect to be domesticated and sold elsewhere. Meanwhile, the HOA's facade remained intact. They were still seen as a benchmark in community organization and harmony. The president was called a model leader, writing columns in the local paper, attending charity events. And me? I was still the crazy lady at 24B. But now I had it all. Everything they did. And as much as it still hurt to imagine Thor somewhere far away, maybe confused, maybe waiting for me, I knew I was about to turn the tables. I was no longer a woman screaming alone. I was a woman with a dossier, and they were going down. I thought taking everything to City Hall would be the beginning of the end. That with a folder of solid evidence, tangible proof, accounts, dates, names, connections, someone would finally say, "This is serious, we'll investigate." I walked into that office clutching the black binder to my chest as if it were my own heart, as if I still believed justice existed where there was evidence. But what I got was bureaucracy, forms, preliminary reviews, evasive answers. The civil servant who assisted me seemed more interested in finishing his coffee than hearing me out. He flipped through the pages like he was reading an appliance catalog, and when he finished, he said in the most mechanical voice, "Ma'am, you need to file a formal written complaint and wait for it to be processed. Legal will review it within 30 business days. 30 days. 30 days while my dog could be anywhere. While others might be taken. While the HOA president kept smiling for local news and earning applause in neighborhood meetings. I left in silence, but inside I was screaming. My next attempt was the press. I contacted the reporter who had listened to me before. He was shocked by City Hall's disinterest, but when we tried to publish the story on a major portal, it got stuck in editorial review, which claimed the complaint needed more official evidence. I started to suspect there was more going on. A network that protected those who knew how to work in the shadows. I went days without eating properly. I wandered the house like a ghost. The neighborhood, of course, knew I was stirring up what I shouldn't. Some started giving me even dirtier looks. Others simply ignored me. I became an annoying buzz in their peaceful routines, that same routine that, unbeknownst to them, hid a crime. And then I got a letter, no sender, slipped under my door. A simple piece of paper folded hastily inside. For lines that froze my blood. He's at Creek Hill Farm, near the north exit. He was sent there labeled aggressive and sick. Check the records, they're lying. You weren't the only one. I took a few seconds to breathe. Creek Hill Farm. I'd heard that name before. It was a humane treatment center for animals deemed unadoptable. A place that supposedly offered painless euthanasia for dogs with severe illnesses or violent behavior. They were saying Thor was taken there to die. My chest tightened. My hands shook so much I could barely dial my phone. I called the reporter. He was silent when he read the note. Then he said, "I'm going with you." The next day we hit the road. The farm was isolated, strangely tidy like a stage location. An employee greeted us politely enough, but his eyes hid something. We said we were looking for a dog named Thor, recently seized by the HOA. He denied knowing anything, claimed the files were incomplete. But the reporter pressed on. We showed him the note, showed him the binder. His expression changed. He turned pale and went to the back with a "let me check." That took nearly 20 minutes. When he returned, He said Thor had indeed been taken in, but unfortunately euthanized for health reasons. Euthanized? Why? He showed symptoms of rabies. Rabies? I almost fainted. Thor, who was vaccinated. Thor, who had a recent exam. Thor, who had never harmed a soul. I asked if they did a necropsy. They said no. If there was a photo report, any kind of proof? Nothing. He just repeated it was an urgent case. We had HOA authorization signed by the president. At that moment, I understood. They didn't just steal my dog. They lied, falsified documents, then killed him. The world stopped. Everything moved in slow motion. Pain doesn't have a name. It was more than grief. It was indignation, helplessness, despair, and rage all merged into a single knot in my chest. I cried, yes, but I also felt something come alive in me. A fire that can't be put out. I wouldn't stop, because now it wasn't just for me. It was for the other names on that letter, for the other dogs, for the other houses that had their homes emptied, their barking silenced by force. I learned that justice is something else. But if the system doesn't want to do what's right, I will. And they will hear me even if I have to scream. There was no funeral, no body, no goodbye. Thor was gone as if he'd never existed. As if he were just one more problem solved by the HOA. Another inconvenient bark silenced in the name of community harmony. But he existed. And as long as I'm breathing, his pain will speak through me. The next morning, after visiting Creek Hill, I returned home, unable to even open my door properly. I sat on the porch floor for hours, holding his red collar. The same one they'd left hanging on the gate like a warning, a trophy. I cried until there were no more tears. But the following day I called my lawyer. With all the evidence I'd gathered, the anonymous letter, the doctored records, the entire dossier naming those involved, we decided to file a criminal lawsuit for theft, document fraud, criminal conspiracy, animal cruelty, and yes, animal homicide. I also took the case to the public defender office, the district attorney, the local press. I knocked on radio station doors, wrote to columnists, posted on social media with all the files attached. And this time, someone listened. An independent journalist, the kind who's not afraid to poke a beehive, called me. I read everything. This needs to be published. It has to. The story ran 2 days later, with photos of Thor, screenshots of the messages, excerpts from the ex-employee's letter, and a headline reading, HOA may be linked to a legal scheme of exterminating noisy dogs. It was like pouring gas on a fire already burning inside me. The next day, I was summoned to an extraordinary meeting of the HOA's new interim board, set up in a rush after the story came out. The former president. She still denied everything, wearing that same rehearsed smile, but now she looked at me with hatred. I went, of course. The meeting took place in a makeshift room at the community center. About 20 people were there, all neighbors, some curious, some uncomfortable. And there I stood, binder in hand, finally facing the old HOA board members. You killed my dog, I said in a low, firm voice. Falsified documents, stole him from my house, forged reports, signed papers with my name spelled wrong, and sold animals like they were objects. One woman at the edge of the table looked at me with boredom and said, You really need psychological help. You're obsessed. It was just a dog. And if you'd taken better care of him, none of this would have happened. The silence that followed was like a slap in the face. I laughed, honestly laughed from sheer nerves. Better care? You all broke into my property without authorization, decided his barking was too much for your neighborhood standards, and took him as if he were garbage. That's not care. That's a crime. Another ex-board member with a smug look added, The problem is you never understood how community living works. You thought you could do whatever you wanted, that nobody would mind a noisy dog. I mind busybody neighbors who sweep crimes under the rug and disguise wrongdoing under regulations. And yet, I don't go breaking into people's houses. They laughed. Laughed like I was some joke. Like I was alone in a delusion. But in that moment, even surrounded by judging stares, even labeled as unhinged, I didn't flinch. Because for the first time, some faces in the room were beginning to change. I saw confusion, discomfort, people who finally sensed something was deeply wrong with the peace they'd been defending. I'm suing every one of you, I said. Not just for me, not just for the others too. For the dogs that disappeared, for the families you silenced, for the pain you call noise. I grabbed my binder, gave the room one last look, and left without saying anything else. They still think I'm crazy, but now they're afraid of my insanity. And they should be, because this crazy woman will see this through to the end, even if it's with Thor's collar in my hands and the fury of someone who lost everything, but with the certainty that I won't stop until every name involved faces at least once the weight of what they did. Justice may take a while, but the vengeance of truth is patient. The lawsuits began to unfold slowly as usual, but they did. Meanwhile, my name was still the hot topic at neighborhood gatherings, even if I wasn't there. To them, I had become almost a legend. The woman who lost her dog and went insane, who recorded meetings, collected evidence, and now threatened to ruin the entire neighborhood's reputation over a dog that bothered everyone. But it was never about just a dog. It was about what he represented. His life, mine, and all those who were forced into silence. Now, I had something they never expected. Support. After the story spread, more people started contacting me quietly, fearfully. But they came. An elderly lady who lost her poodle, picked up because it barked at thunder. A couple who never saw their beagle again after 2 HOA fines and a corrective visit to their yard. An old man, nearly in tears, showed me an album of photos of his missing dog, saying, "They told me he ran away, but he never went outside ever." Slowly, what was once a solitary cry became a muffled chorus. I created an online group called Barking Voices. We started with 4 members, then 10, 15. Before I knew it, more than 50 people were sharing similar stories. Different neighborhoods, different states, different cases, but the same pattern, the same excuse, the same silence. The scandal grew, and the HOA? It began to collapse from within. The president vanished from social media, her dog training business shut down. Her once arrogant lawyer started postponing hearings. Then, a search warrant was executed at one of the ex-directors' homes. They combed through everything: documents, computers, phones. I heard about it from others, but for the first time in a long while, I allowed myself a smile. I was called in for an official statement. I arrived with the black binder, now so stuffed it could barely close. I entered the police station with my head held high, sat down in front of the detective, and told him everything without shaking, without hesitation. Names, dates, falsifications, omissions, connections. At the end, I took out Thor's collar from my pocket, placed it on the table. This is all that's left of him, and I want you to remember it when you start thinking this was just a dog. He didn't reply, but he didn't look away either. A few weeks later, I got a call. The journalist who broke the original story phoned, not hiding her excitement. Another tip came in. Someone on the inside turned over documents proving the sale of animals with fake social security numbers, over 20 of them. Thor's name is among them. I closed my eyes for a moment. I felt he was there with me, not in spirit, but in what he became. The spark, the proof that fighting was worth it. The HOA as an institution was officially disbanded in my neighborhood. Elsewhere, audits began. Some of those involved remain under investigation, others disappeared, but they can't walk around like they own the place anymore. And me? I still have his collar. Sometimes I keep it in my bag. Sometimes I hang it from my car's rearview mirror. It's my daily reminder of who I was, of who they stole from me. Some neighbors still look at me like I'm a plague. They say I took things too far, that I caused trouble where there was only peace. But I learned that peace built on injustice is no peace at all, it's control. And if being the woman who exposed all of this makes me hated, so be it. Because now I walk through the same streets as before, but those who laughed, who mocked, who ignored me, they're the ones who look away. I didn't lose. They just don't know what to do when silence barks louder than any dog. The news broke on a rainy morning. I was having coffee, distracted, trying for the first time in a long while to have a normal day. The TV was on low volume. Then the headline appeared: former HOA president arrested on charges of involvement in an illegal scheme to remove and sell animals. Her name, her face, footage of her arrest. I didn't react at first. I just sat there, mug in hand, eyes fixed on the screen. She was being escorted away in handcuffs, head down, hair pinned back in a rush. The report mentioned charges of identity fraud, falsified documents, animal cruelty, organized crime, and theft of private property. My first feeling wasn't revenge or joy. It was a sort of tired relief. She was just one name in a growing list, but hers was the signature, the authorization, the one who lied about Thor. In the following days, everything fell apart. Creek Hill Farm, the place where they disposed of dogs deemed unwanted, was shut down by court order. Investigators found doctored records, faked vet reports, and an improvised area out back where the euthanized animals were buried without any protocol. Some still wore collars, had toys, even little notes with their name. That scene never left my head. Thor might be there. Or worse, was there. With all the mounting evidence and the case's exposure, my lawsuit for emotional damages and property loss moved forward with force. Some tried to settle, others denied everything, but the judge was clear and firm. In the end, I was awarded a settlement of 1 million reis. 1 million. That number felt absurd, unreal. People congratulated me like I'd won the lottery. Lawyers called offering their services. Reporters asked what I planned to do with the money. But none of them understood. That amount could buy another house, another car, change my entire life. But it couldn't buy Thor back. It wouldn't bring back the days he ran around the yard with his red ball. It wouldn't erase the sound of his happy bark whenever I got home from work. It wouldn't give me back our walks, rainy days together, the warmth of him lying at my feet. No amount of money fills the space he left. I used part of the settlement to start an animal protection NGO. I named it Thor Is My Name. It's now fully registered and legal. We help families facing HOA abuse, mistreatment, illegal seizures. We've already stopped the removal of dozens of dogs. We forced 2 condo boards to return animals they had taken. The other part of the money remains untouched, because there's nothing I want to buy. Some say I won, but I didn't. What happened wasn't victory. It was delayed justice. It was the bare minimum. The wound remains open. I still dream about him sometimes. I wake up hearing barks that don't exist. Sometimes I talk to myself around the house realizing I'm waiting for a response that never comes. Even so, I press on. Because every bark saved by this story is worth 1,000 sleepless nights. Every dog that stays with its family, every complaint that isn't ignored, every neighbor who thinks twice before committing cruelty disguised as organization. It's for him. For Thor. If I had to do it all again, be called insane, be humiliated, be isolated, I would. Because true love isn't abandoned, it isn't surrendered, it isn't silenced. Thor was my friend, and nobody gets to take what's mine without consequence. Now the world knows, and so do they. If it took me a while to accept the idea, for a long time even thinking about another dog coming into my life felt like a betrayal, as if allowing myself to love again meant forgetting Thor, as if making space for another living being would erase his memory. The silence got too heavy. The house, even renovated, even buzzing with activity from the NGO, still felt empty when I came home at night. It still felt too small for the echo. The gate opened and no one came running. No paw on the floor, no warm breath on the sofa, no anxious eyes when I walked in with grocery bags. It happened at an adoption fair. I wasn't planning anything. I was just there to represent the NGO, help with screening, talk to animal rescuers. And there he was, in the corner of a makeshift tent, lying on a worn blanket. Light brown coat, spotted muzzle, droopy ears, big expressive eyes. But what struck me most was the way he looked at me. Straight on, unwavering, as if to say, well, it took you long enough, but here you are. This one's complicated. One of the volunteers said, been returned 3 times. Too clingy, needs constant attention. A real Velcro dog. I squatted down slowly, reached out my hand. He didn't hesitate, rested his forehead on my palm and let out a long sigh, like he was relieved. What's his name? I asked. He doesn't have one. Each home called him something different. None of them stuck. I looked at him again. Without thinking, I said, Loki. She laughed. Loki's the god of mischief, isn't he? Exactly. And transformation, I answered. I took him home that same day. Loki arrived like he'd always lived here. Hopped on the couch, ran through the rooms, sniffed the backyard where Thor's red ball was still tucked away in a corner. He slept curled at my feet, unafraid, sure of himself, as if we'd always been together. He was different from Thor, more restless, more affectionate. He wanted to be around me constantly. He learned to open drawers with his muzzle, hid my socks, pulled the tablecloth just to get attention. But his gaze, oh, that gaze was the same. Deep, entire, trustworthy. For the first time in a long while, I smiled without pain. The HOA no longer existed, officially dissolved. The neighborhood is now a shapeless group of people who pretend to live peacefully, but avoid crossing my path on the sidewalk. I'm still the woman who took things too far, the one they don't want to approach so they won't get involved, the one who exposed everyone who didn't bow her head. Kids still look at me curiously. Some parents pull them away when Loki and I pass by, like he's dangerous, like I'm contagious. But I've learned to live like this. I don't expect a good morning anymore. I don't expect invitations, friendly neighbors, gatherings. I don't need them. The front gate now has a new sign. Loki lives here, and no one takes what's his. Loki's become my natural alarm. He barks at everything. I don't stop him now. I let him bark as much as he wants, because each bark is a reminder that this house is his too. If they don't like it, they can shut their windows. Sometimes I still dream of Thor, and in those dreams he isn't sad. He's running alongside Loki, as if they've met, as if they know their stories are now intertwined. I look at Loki and I know I'll never replace Thor. But I also know that loving again doesn't mean forgetting, it means resisting. Loki brought back the joy they tried to rip away. And whoever wants to call me lonely, let them. Loneliness is the neighborhood that lives in silence, pretending nothing happened. I don't. Here, in this piece of land, in this marked house, lives a woman who faced them all in one. With a leash, with love, with barking, and with Loki. Now on to the next story. Story 4. During my university years, I was always involved in social media. After graduating, I didn't go out to work. I set up a studio and started working from home. But after staying home for 2 months, my brother's wife, Patricia, began making my life difficult. I've never seen someone graduate and stay at home living off their parents. Aren't you ashamed? I ignored her, but she kept trying to call me out by name. Lucia, if you want to stay here, fine. Starting next month, rent is $1,500, food is $2,000, and services are paid separately. I laughed at the situation. She lived off my parents and yet dared to act as if she were above me. One day, after returning from a trip, I found all my things tossed haphazardly in the yard. Patricia walked out and looked at me with disdain. I looked at my scattered belongings, including a vintage lamp I had collected so carefully. Now it was broken. I shouted, "Mom, who threw my things out here?" My mom, Marta, came rushing down from the second floor. When she saw me in the yard, she said, "Lucia, no one threw your things out." I frowned, confused by what I was seeing. If no one threw my things out, then what is this? They were perfectly fine in my room. Why are they here? Marta looked at the house and then at me, saying, "No one threw them out. We just needed to free up a room." Free up a room? My room. Marta looked away and nodded somewhat reluctantly. Patricia's sister is coming to study in the city. She won't stay in the dorm. She'll stay with us. I laughed in disbelief. So you're clearing out my room for hers? Marta stayed silent, not saying a word. I was trembling with anger. Seeing my mother behave that way, I tried to hold back my frustration. There's another room. Why can't she stay there? Why do you have to push me out? Marta just lowered her head, twisting the hem of her dress. It was as if I were the one being unreasonable, as if she were the victim, not me. Patricia, standing by the door, sniffled sarcastically, saying, "I've never seen someone graduate and stay home living off their parents. Aren't you ashamed?" I bit my tongue and didn't respond. She wasn't really my sister. Resolving conflicts with her was difficult. When she saw I was ignoring her, She shouted aggressively, Lucia, I'm talking to you. If you want to stay here, fine. Starting next month, rent is $1,500, food is $2,000, and services are charged separately. I had heard her sarcasm so many times that I usually didn't care, but this time she had the audacity to point her finger at me and speak directly. Am I living off you? Am I eating your food or using your things? What right do you have to criticize me? Since marrying into the family, Patricia hadn't worked a single day. My brother Fernando, a man of little determination, couldn't hold a job for more than 3 months. He always complained about coworkers or bosses, using the excuse of wanting to cleanse the work environment. He quit so many times that no one would hire him anymore. Now, the two of them depended almost entirely on my parents' support. And where did my parents' money come from? It wasn't all thanks to me, was it? Maybe Patricia didn't know, but Fernando saw me give money to Marta many times and even joked about my filial piety. I wanted harmony in the family because they were my family. I didn't complain when my parents used my money to support Fernando and Patricia. I bought a house and renovated it. They moved in there with Fernando and I didn't say anything. They forgot this was my house. After living here for a few years, they forgot that I was supporting this family. Patricia looked at me with contempt, as if my indignation was ridiculous to her. She looked at my mother and said sarcastically, Marta, say something. Wasn't this a decision that the whole family agreed on? Why does it seem like I'm the only villain here? The whole family agreed on this decision. On a hot summer afternoon under the scorching sun, I felt like I had fallen into an icy pit. The whole family agreed on this decision? I looked at Marta in disbelief. Is it true? Did the whole family agree on this? Am I not part of this family? Marta avoided my gaze, and I suddenly felt overwhelmed, shouting, Answer me! Startled by my outburst, my mother looked up with tears in her eyes. Maybe the noise outside was already too loud, because my father, Raul, and my brother Fernando finally came out of the house. What's going on, Lucia? You're out of control. Why are you yelling at your mother? Raul and Fernando spoke in unison. I looked at them and asked, Patricia said the whole family decided to kick me out. Is that true? If I don't leave, do I have to pay rent and utilities every month? Raul sighed and said, It's not quite like that. Patricia's sister is only going to stay for a few days, so we suggested that you rent a place for a while. We're not kicking you out. Why would I need to rent a place? Even if her sister wants to stay, there's another room. You could arrange something. It has to be my room, and everyone decided this together? Am I not part of this family? Today, I need a clear answer from you. Someone threw my things out. Who did that? Return everything immediately. The designer lamp that was broken cost $18,000. Whoever broke it should give me the money now. After I finished speaking, Patricia exploded at hearing my words. You always eat and drink for free and take our money to travel, but you spent $18,000 on a broken lamp. I looked at her and laughed softly. Eating and drinking for free? Taking your money to travel? Your money? Patricia said. Raul and Marta's money is our money. Have you ever seen me ask them for money? Ask them if I've ever asked for money to travel. Since I started college, have I ever taken a cent from this family? Patricia looked confused. I looked at Raul and Marta, questioning them firmly. Come on, tell her. Have I ever asked you for money? Marta kept her head down, saying nothing. Raul frowned with a look that said, Lucia, when did you become so aggressive? I laughed in frustration. Don't change the subject. Just answer. Have I ever asked you for money? Fernando's face also turned serious. He reprimanded me. Lucia, is this how you talk to your parents? I didn't argue with him. I held Marta's arm. She looked at me. I looked her in the eyes and asked, Since I started college, have I ever asked you and Dad for a single cent? She shook her head fervently, tears streaming down her face. No, you haven't. I turned to Patricia, raising an eyebrow. Did you hear that? Not a single cent. Patricia looked stunned. Perhaps because I sounded so confident or perhaps because she heard Marta admit it. She still seemed reluctant to believe it and wanted to say something else, but Fernando interrupted her. Enough! He looked at her angrily, and she closed her mouth. At this point, I knew there was no point in continuing the argument. I was destined to leave this family. But this was my house. Why should I leave? Put my things back in my room and return everything to its original state. I'll pretend this never happened. Everyone lowered their heads, saying nothing. I sneered. My parents had always favored Fernando, always thinking of him first when it came to good food and fun things. When I was a child, being able to eat what he left behind was already a big privilege for me. Later, when I started earning money in college, they seemed to like me a little more. Marta became more affectionate, and Raul remembered what I liked to eat. I thought those childhood grievances would be eased now that I was also a beloved daughter to my parents. But today I realized they hadn't changed. They still preferred Fernando. Why were they good to me? Maybe it was because I could make money, buy houses and cars, and support the family. To them, I was just a good source of income. While we were at that standstill, a young girl in a white dress suddenly appeared at the door. She must have been around 17 or 18, radiating brightness. Marta rushed to open the door and greeted her warmly. Clara, you've arrived. Come in, you must be tired from the trip. Clara smiled and replied, Hello, Aunt Sanchez. It's all good. The train is much faster now. As Marta took her luggage and Patricia joined in, I just watched. They gathered around the young girl, welcoming her enthusiastically. From my room, I heard Marta say, This will be your room from now on. Make yourself at home. Clara thanked her cheerfully, complimenting Marta's kindness. Meanwhile, I was alone under the scorching sun, with no one noticing my presence. In this family, there was no place for me anymore. They treated a stranger with more warmth than they had ever shown me. I turned and left the house, heading to the bank to print my transaction records from the past few years. Each transaction was documented. I returned home with the statements in hand. It was already night, and they were happily dining together. The moment I walked in, the lively conversation stopped abruptly, as if silence had taken over. Clara looked at me and said, You must be Lucia. Come have dinner with us. I didn't want to take anything out on the innocent girl, so I replied politely, I've already eaten. Then I turned to Raul and Marta. Dad, Mom, I just went to the bank and printed all my transaction records from the past few years. After dinner, let's review them together. Let's see how much money I transferred to you over the years. Let's also see how much remains now and where the money went. Let's clear up all the accounts from these years. When I walked in with the bank records in hand, the silence in the room was deafening. My parents, my brother, and Patricia were around the table with plates still warm. Clara, the special guest, was sitting in my place, laughing as if I were the intruder. At that moment, that laughter stabbed me in the chest. I was no longer in my own home. I was a stranger watching my family treat someone else with the warmth and respect I had never received. I took a deep breath, controlling the mix of anger and disappointment burning inside me, and moved forward, resolute. With the papers in hand, I positioned myself in front of the table. My father tried to stay calm, but his discomfort was obvious. What are you doing, Lucia? He asked, but my gaze didn't waver for a second. I placed the bank statements on the table, spreading the sheets in front of each of them. I want everyone here to see exactly how much I've contributed to this house over the past few years, I said, my voice steady but tinged with bitterness. They began flipping through the pages one by one, and with each page turned, Patricia's face grew paler. Fernando avoided looking, unable to face the truth. My mother looked down, holding back tears, while my father pressed his lips together as if restraining himself yet remained silent. Since I entered college, I never took a single cent from any of you. Quite the opposite. I paid bills, financed renovations, helped Fernando and Patricia move into the house I bought, and renovated myself. All of this because I believed it was my duty to support my family. And now you think it's fair to kick me out to give my room to a stranger. Patricia began to stammer, trying to justify herself. Lucia, it's not like that. We just wanted to accommodate Clara. It's not a permanent decision. I shook my head, laughing ironically. Not like that? You threw my things in the yard as if they were trash. And now you want me to believe it's just temporary accommodation? You've already decided that I don't have a place here. And do you know what's most painful? This isn't the first time you've treated me like I'm disposable. My mother, with tears in her eyes, tried to reach for my hand. Daughter, you're overreacting. I gently but firmly pushed her hand away, no longer willing to accept that false affection. I'm not overreacting, Mom. Since I was little, everything I did was extra. I was never a priority. Fernando was always the center of everything. Special food, treats, attention. I only gained any kind of value to you when I started contributing financially. Until then, I was just an afterthought, something you tolerated because you had no other choice. Fernando finally lifted his head and, with a defensive tone, said, "You're making this into a big drama. We've always had a good relationship, Lucia. You chose to help. No one forced you." I shook my head, the anger simmering beneath the surface. Oh, I chose? How convenient, isn't it? Because if I hadn't chosen to help, you'd surely be complaining about how ungrateful and selfish I was. Fine, Fernando, now I really am choosing. I'm choosing to stop supporting all of you. Shock crossed each of their faces, but I continued, unwavering. You know that house you're living in? It's mine. From today on, I want you to vacate it. I'll rent it to someone who values what they have. As for all of you, you'll need to find a place on your own. I hope everyone here, including you, Dad and Mom, understands what it means to live without depending on anyone. Patricia let out a nervous laugh, as if she thought I was joking. You can't do that, Lucia. That would be cruelty. I smiled coldly. Cruelty? Cruelty is using my effort, my money, and then acting as if I'm an intruder in my own home. Cruelty is making me feel like a burden when, in reality, all of you have been living off me. And turning to Clara, who was watching everything with wide eyes, I added, I hope your stay is worth it, because it cost more than just a room. It cost a family. Raul, my father, tried to stand and intervene, but I raised my hand to stop him. I'm done, Dad. I'm done sacrificing myself for people who discard me as soon as something better comes along. So now it's your turn to make sacrifices. You all have a month to vacate the house. With each word, I felt the weight of years of hurt and resentment leaving me. I knew there was no going back, that this was a final decision. As I began to walk towards the door, my mother tried to call out to me in a pleading tone, Lucia, please don't go. We can talk, resolve this another way. I stopped and looked at her for a moment. You've already had every opportunity to resolve this in a fair way. I did everything I could to be a contributing daughter and sister, to take care of everyone. Now I need to take care of myself. I left their house feeling a mix of sadness and freedom. I knew it wouldn't be easy to sever ties with people who, despite everything, were my family, but I also knew that in the end it was the best decision for me. As I left that house, I felt the weight of years of resentment slowly dissipating. I knew that confrontation wasn't the end. They would still fight back, accuse me, and try to manipulate the situation. But at that moment, as the cold night wind hit me, one thing was clear. For the first time, I was free from their expectations and dependence. In the days that followed, my decision to ask for the house back was met with a mix of indignation and desperation from my family. My phone didn't stop ringing, and each message from them was a blend of guilt-tripping and emotional blackmail, as if I were the villain for wanting what was mine. My mother, in particular, sent long, bitter texts saying I was tearing the family apart and that she'd never imagined my ambition would go this far. Ambition. It was surreal. They'd spent so many years living off my efforts, and now, when I decided to think about myself, I was labeled as selfish. I read their messages and just sighed, because as much as it hurt, my decision was made. My days of submission were over. To expedite the process, I sent a formal notice through a lawyer requesting that they vacate the property within 30 days. That document was the final blow. My father and brother appeared at my door demanding to talk. When I saw them there, their expressions full of accusations, I invited them in, willing to hear what they had to say. As soon as they sat down, my father, without preamble, started calling me ungrateful, recalling every minor sacrifice they'd supposedly made for me as a child. "And now you want to throw us out of the house?" he asked, eyes blazing with anger and desperation. I took a deep breath, trying not to let my emotions get the best of me. "Dad, the house is mine. You're there because I allowed you to stay. All these years I've been the one supporting this family, paying the bills, doing everything so that you could live well. And yet you chose someone else, someone who isn't even family, to take my place. What did you expect me to do? Bow my head again?" My brother intervened, his gaze cold and calculating, as if he were preparing a strategy to make me give in. "Don't you think you're overreacting, Lucia? After all, it's just a room. Why all the drama?" I laughed with disdain. "Just a room? If it were truly just a room, you would have given yours to Clara. But no, you chose to take mine, humiliate me, throw my things in the yard as if I were a stranger. It's not about the room. It's about the respect you've never given me." My father insisted that I was putting money above family and that I should forgive them, but I wasn't willing to forgive. "I'm done giving without receiving anything in return. And now you're going to learn what it means to live without depending on me." They tried to argue, but I held my ground. It was decided. When they finally accepted that I wouldn't relent, they fell silent. I stood and gestured toward the door, signaling that the conversation was over. "You have 30 days to vacate the property," I said calmly, leaving no room for negotiation. They left, knowing that my decision was final. The following days were filled with desperate attempts from my family to make me change my mind. My mother tried to manipulate me emotionally, sending messages saying I was insensitive and ungrateful. Fernando and Patricia played the old family is everything card, accusing me of destroying their childhood home, conveniently ignoring that I was the one who kept that home running. With every message I received, my heart hardened even more. I remembered all the times I sacrificed, denied my own desires and needs, so they could live comfortably. The truth was, they never truly valued me. To them, I'd always been the daughter who provided support, but never the one they would make sacrifices for. By the 25th day, Fernando and Patricia hadn't shown any signs of preparing to move. I realized they were betting that I would back down, that I wouldn't have the courage to take more drastic measures. I decided it was time to act. On the morning of the 26th day, I went to the house and found Patricia in the garden, watering plants I had bought. She looked at me with a smug expression, perhaps thinking I was there to give up. I smiled coldly and said, "Patricia, I'm here to check if you've started packing your things. The deadline is approaching." She shrugged, feigning indifference. "You're not really going to kick us out, Lucia. Do you think you could?" I stepped closer, not breaking eye contact. "I've already made the decision, Patricia. If you're not out in 4 days, I'll have to take legal action." She scoffed, but said nothing more. As I walked away, I saw in her eyes the realization that I was serious. In the remaining days, I stayed in touch with my lawyer, who assured me that if they didn't leave voluntarily, I could file for immediate eviction. On the 30th day, I returned to the house with the lawyer, ready to settle everything once and for all. This time, the whole family was gathered in the living room, a mix of anger and resignation on their faces. The lawyer formally explained that if they didn't vacate the house that very day, he would file for an eviction order, which could lead to additional costs and complications for them. My mother started crying while my father looked defeated. Fernando and Patricia, on the other hand, didn't hide the hatred they felt, but that no longer affected me. After much back and forth, they finally started packing. I watched my parents leave with somber expressions, and Fernando and Patricia shot me looks of contempt as they left, as if I were the villain in a tragedy they had created themselves. But I didn't care anymore. For years I'd been the forgotten hero, the one who held everything together without receiving anything in return. Now it was my turn to take care of myself. As soon as they left, I walked into the house and felt the silence envelop every corner. For the first time in years, that house was truly mine. I walked through each room, rediscovering the details, thinking about how I would renovate it to reflect the life I truly wanted to live. My family had used me and belittled me, but now I had broken free from all of that, and for the first time I felt truly at peace. Now on to the next story. Story 5. My name's Lucas. I'm 28, and 2 weeks ago, my phone buzzed with a message that made me laugh out loud. Not because it was funny, but because it was so wildly out of touch that I had to sit down before reading it again. It was from my sister Mia, who's 26 and getting married in a month. The message wasn't a casual save the date or a sweet note about how excited she was. Nope. It was a link to a PDF titled Wedding Gift List Mandatory. I thought it was a joke at first until I opened it and saw what she was requesting. A new car. She had actually specified the make and model, a white Audi Q5, a down payment for an apartment in the city, and 3 separate designer bags that cost more than my monthly rent combined. And under each item, she had written priority in big bold letters. I sat there staring at my phone, part amused and part irritated. Mia and I have never had the easiest relationship. Growing up, she was always the golden child, the one my parents bent over backwards for. The one who got a brand new car at 18 while I drove the family's hand-me-down that barely started in winter. I'd worked my way through college, paid off my own student loans, and was finally starting to build a little savings cushion. Mia, on the other hand, still lived with my parents until last year and jumped from job to job without ever really paying rent or bills. So, seeing her ask me, not our parents, but me, to buy her an apartment, it made my stomach turn. I didn't respond right away. I let it sit overnight, hoping maybe I'd misread the tone, or that there'd be a follow-up text saying, "Ha! Just kidding." But no. The next day she sent a follow-up message that read, "Hey, just making sure you saw my list. We need to start arranging things so everything's ready by the honeymoon. We're counting on you." Counting on me. Like this was some kind of family duty, not a massive financial commitment she had no right to demand. That's when I texted back, "Mia, I'm not buying you a car or an apartment. I'll get you something off a normal registry, but I'm not spending tens of thousands of dollars on this." Her reply came almost instantly, like she'd been sitting there waiting for me to answer. "Wow, are you serious? You're my brother. This is what family does. If you're not willing to step up, then don't even bother coming to the wedding." I just stared at the screen, my heart pounding a little harder than I expected. It wasn't even disappointment I felt. It was a weird mixture of relief and anger. Relief because I'd always felt like I was constantly walking on eggshells with Mia, trying to keep the peace. Anger because this was her true colors showing, and she didn't even hesitate to use the wedding as leverage to get what she wanted. I didn't reply. I figured maybe she'd cool down or our parents would talk some sense into her. Instead, my phone started lighting up with calls. First from my mom, then from my dad. When I finally picked up, my mom launched right in. "No hello, no asking how I was. Lucas, I just got off the phone with Mia. She's crying. She says you told her you won't contribute to the wedding gifts. What is going on with you?" I took a deep breath and tried to explain calmly. "Mom, she didn't ask me to contribute to a wedding gift. She asked me to buy her a car and an apartment. That's not normal and I'm not doing it." There was silence on the other end for a second, and then my mom sighed like I was the one being unreasonable. "You know she's starting a new life. It would mean so much if you helped her get a good start." I pinched the bridge of my nose. "I'm not bankrupting myself for a wedding. Mom, I have my own life to think about." That's when my dad cut in, his voice sharper than usual. "Lucas, if you can't support your sister on her big day, then maybe you should sit this one out. We don't need negativity ruining the celebration." That hit me harder than Mia's text had. I'd always been close with my dad, or at least I thought I had. To hear him take her side so quickly without even trying to understand where I was coming from made something snap inside me. "Fine," I said quietly. "If that's how you all feel, then I won't come." And I hung up. The days that followed were weirdly quiet. I didn't hear from anyone in the family for almost a week. No check-ins, no casual messages. I started to wonder if maybe I had overreacted, but then a friend of mine sent me a screenshot from Facebook. Mia had posted a long status about fake family members who abandon you when you need them most, and how she was so thankful for her real support system. Dozens of relatives had commented things like, You don't need toxic people on your big day. And focus on your happiness, girl. I wanted to roll my eyes, but instead, I just kept quiet. I focused on work, kept my head down, and tried not to think about it until yesterday when I got another call. This time from my cousin, who was actually invited to the wedding. Dude, he said, you're not going to believe what just happened at the bridal shower. He lowered his voice like he didn't want anyone to overhear him. Mia went off on one of your aunts for not getting her the right handbag. She threw the gift bag back at her and said, if you can't follow simple instructions, don't bother showing up. Half the room just got up and left. Your parents are trying to do damage control, but it's bad. Like really bad. I just sat there listening, my pulse quickening. It was like watching a slow-motion car crash. Part of me wanted to look away, but part of me couldn't stop waiting to see what would happen next. For once, I wasn't the bad guy. I wasn't the one causing the drama. I was just sitting back and letting Mia show everyone exactly who she was. And then, right as I was processing what my cousin had told me, I got a new text from my mom. Just 4 words, we need to talk. I stared at those 4 words for a long time before responding. Part of me wanted to ignore them entirely. Let my parents stew in whatever mess Mia had just created. But curiosity got the better of me. So I wrote back, about what? The typing bubbles appeared, disappeared, and then appeared again before Mom finally sent, can you come over tonight? We need to discuss the wedding. I almost laughed. Discuss the wedding? As if I was suddenly back on the guest list. As if everything that had been said to me, all the accusations and guilt-tripping had just magically vanished. I decided to go, not because I wanted to patch things up, but because I wanted to see what exactly they were planning to say now that Mia had publicly embarrassed herself. When I arrived at my parents' house that evening, I could feel the tension before I even walked through the door. My dad opened it, his face stiff, and just said, Lucas. With a curt nod. No hug, no smile. Inside, Mom was sitting at the kitchen table with a stack of papers. And Mia was there, too, arms crossed, glaring at me like I had personally ruined her life. Thanks for coming. Mom started, her voice overly calm. The kind of calm she used when she was about to drop bad news. We've been talking, and we really think this has gone too far. Mia's wedding is supposed to be a happy occasion. And right now, everyone is tense and upset. It's time to put the past behind us and make things right. I leaned against the door frame, keeping my expression neutral. I'm not the one who made things tense. I was invited to the wedding, then uninvited because I didn't want to buy an apartment. That's not on me. Mia scoffed loudly. Oh my gosh, are we really still talking about this? You're so dramatic. I never said you had to buy it. I just said it would be nice if you actually contributed for once. You've always been so selfish, Lucas. You make good money and you never help the family. Do you know how that makes me look when my own brother can't even support me? I turned to her, my jaw tightening. Mia, you didn't ask for help. You sent me a list of demands. That's not the same thing. Her eyes narrowed. You always twist everything to make me look bad. At that point, Dad stood up, clearly trying to take control. Look, arguing isn't going to solve anything. Here's what we've decided. He gestured to the stack of papers on the table. These are some of the things Mia still needs for the wedding. We thought maybe you could at least take care of 1 or 2 of them as a gesture of goodwill. I walked over and looked at the list. It wasn't as outrageous as the first one, but it was still expensive. Catered rehearsal dinner, a weekend rental for the wedding photographer's travel, and a contribution toward the honeymoon suite. I felt a slow wave of disbelief. So, let me get this straight, I said, my voice low. Mia told me not to come if I didn't buy her an apartment, and you both supported her. I stayed quiet, didn't fight back, didn't show up at her bridal shower, and now you're calling me here to try to squeeze money out of me anyway. Mom shifted uncomfortably. It's not about money, Lucas. It's about family. Everyone will notice if you're not there. People are already talking. Good. I interrupted before I could stop myself. Let them talk. That made Mia slam her hands on the table. You are unbelievable. Do you even realize how humiliating this has been for me? Everyone thinks I'm some spoiled brat because you couldn't just keep this private. You've made me look like a fool. I felt something click in that moment, a strange calmness washing over me. Mia, I said slowly, I didn't make you look like anything. You did that all by yourself. The room went silent. Mom's lips pressed into a thin line. Dad looked like he wanted to say something, but couldn't find the words. Finally, Mom spoke again, softer this time. Lucas, please just think about what this will do to our family if you don't come. People will think we're divided. I took a deep breath and stood up straight. Maybe we are divided, and maybe that's not such a bad thing right now. Mia let out an incredulous laugh, half a scoff. So, you're really just going to skip my wedding? You're fine with me walking down the aisle knowing my own brother didn't care enough to show up? I met her gaze, my expression unreadable. I care enough not to let you bully me into buying your happiness. Her face went red and she opened her mouth to snap back, but Mom cut in quickly. That's enough for tonight. Everyone just needs to calm down. I turned to leave, and as I reached for the door, I heard Mia mutter under her breath. If he thinks he's going to get away with this, he's got another thing coming. I paused, my hand on the doorknob, and for a brief moment, I considered saying something, warning her not to push me any further. But instead, I just walked out, letting the door click shut behind me. The air outside felt cooler than it should have. My chest felt heavy, but there was also this strange sense of clarity. For the first time, I wasn't the one trying to fix everything. I wasn't the one caving under the pressure to make peace. When I got home, I found that my phone had already started blowing up. Group texts from relatives, posts from extended family tagging me, some asking if it was true that I wasn't coming, others saying Mia had been in tears all evening. And then just before midnight, I got another message, this time from my aunt, who has never been one to mince words. Lucas, it said, whatever you're doing, keep doing it. Tonight, Mia lost it in front of everyone. People are starting to see what you've been dealing with all these years. I sat there staring at my phone, a slow, grim smile forming on my face. For once, I didn't feel like the villain of the story. For once, I wasn't the one on trial. And for the first time in a long time, I realized that maybe letting things play out wasn't just the right choice. It was the only choice. But that was before this morning when a certain unexpected invitation showed up in my mailbox. One that made me pause, sit down at the kitchen table, and wonder if my sister had just made the biggest mistake of her life. It wasn't a normal wedding invitation, not the pretty embossed kind that couples usually send out. This one looked rushed, like it had been printed on regular cardstock and mailed last minute. My name was handwritten on the envelope, and inside was a single sheet that simply read, Lucas, you're invited back to the wedding. Please come, Mia. No apology, no explanation, no acknowledgement of the weeks of drama she had caused. Just a curt little note that sounded less like an olive branch and more like a command. I read it 3 times trying to decide if this was some kind of joke. Then I noticed something odd. The RSVP section had been scratched out with pen, almost like they hadn't meant to send it or had sent it out of desperation. Later that afternoon, I got a call from my cousin again. He was practically whispering, "You're not going to believe this, but Mia is panicking. Half the wedding party is threatening to drop out. Your aunt won't speak to her. 2 of your uncles told her they're skipping entirely, and apparently one of her bridesmaids told her she's acting like a dictator. Your parents are begging people to still come." I leaned back in my chair, listening. There was a strange mix of satisfaction and heaviness in my chest. Satisfaction because Mia's tantrums were finally catching up to her. Heaviness because I could hear the stress in my cousin's voice. He genuinely didn't want the wedding to fall apart. So now she wants me there to make it look like everything's fine, I said quietly. Exactly, he replied. I think she's terrified of losing face. She's telling people you misunderstood her, that it was just a joke, that she never meant to kick you out. But nobody's buying it. She's unraveling, man. That night, I got a text from my dad. This time, it was almost pleading. Lucas, your sister is having a hard time. Please don't make things worse. Just come to the wedding. It would mean the world to your mother and me. I sat with that for a long time, my phone on the coffee table as I paced around the room. It wasn't lost on me how quickly the tables had turned. 2 weeks ago, I was the one being painted as the villain, the one being told to stay away. Now, they were asking me to come back, not because they suddenly respected me, but because Mia's behavior had finally cost her something. Couldn't sleep that night. I kept replaying every moment in my head. The list she sent me, the ultimatum, the smug tone in her voice when she told me not to come, and then the way she exploded at the bridal shower. It felt like all those years of being brushed aside, told to just be the bigger person, were building up inside me. For once, I had the leverage. For once, she needed me more than I needed her. The next day, Mom called. This time her tone was softer, almost apologetic. "Lucas, honey, I know this has been hard. Your sister isn't perfect. She can be demanding, but she's under a lot of stress right now. Can't we all just move on? The wedding is supposed to be about love and family. Don't you want to be part of that?" I took a deep breath. "Mom, I do want to be part of the family, but being part of the family shouldn't mean letting Mia walk all over me. Do you realize what she asked me for? A car, an apartment, designer bags. And when I said no, she tried to shame me into giving in." Mom was quiet for a long moment. "Maybe she went too far," she admitted reluctantly. "But she's your sister. If you don't come, she'll never forgive you, and I don't think I could handle seeing you two estranged forever." There it was. The emotional card I knew would come eventually. I closed my eyes, thinking if I went, I'd be signaling that Mia could treat me however she wanted and still get what she wanted in the end. If I didn't go, I'd be blamed for ruining her big day, no matter how unreasonable she had been. That evening, I took a long walk around my neighborhood trying to clear my head. I passed by a small wedding venue that was setting up for an event, and I stopped for a minute, watching strangers hang string lights and arrange flowers. I imagined Mia walking down the aisle, smug and satisfied that she had gotten her way. The thought made my stomach twist. When I got home, I found yet another message waiting for me, this time from Mia herself. It was longer than anything she'd sent before. "Lucas, I know we've been fighting, but I really want you there. It won't feel right without you. I'll even let you bring whoever you want. Just please come. I promise it will be a day we can all look back on happily." For the first time, there was a hint of vulnerability in her words. But I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't about reconciliation. It was about optics. She didn't want a happy day with her brother there. She wanted a perfect photo album. As I set the phone down, an idea began forming in the back of my mind, one that made me sit very still because it was equal parts satisfying and dangerous. And when my cousin called me later that night with one more piece of information, a very specific detail about Mia's seating chart, that idea suddenly became much, much clearer. When my cousin told me about the seating chart, I actually sat down and grabbed a pen. He said Mia had rearranged the entire front section so that the family would look picture-perfect during the ceremony. My parents would sit in the front row, of course, right next to the groom's parents. Then a few spots down, there was now a very conspicuous Lucas Plus guest place card dead center where everyone would see me the moment I walked in. It wasn't just about me being there anymore. This was about control. Mia wanted to stage a performance, a flawless wedding where she could show the world that everything was perfect, that she had the love and support of everyone, even the brother she had humiliated weeks earlier. And that was when I decided that if I went, I wouldn't just sit quietly and play along. I would go on my terms, not hers. The next day, I called my cousin back. "Tell them I'll come," I said simply. "I'm not buying anything from that list, and I'm not changing my mind at the last minute. If they want me there, they get me as I am, not as Mia wants me to be." He laughed softly. "Oh, this is going to be interesting." In the days leading up to the wedding, my phone blew up with messages from relatives thanking me for making peace, telling me how glad they were I'd be there. Mia even sent one more message, a single thumbs-up emoji, as if that was supposed to close the chapter. The morning of the wedding, I dressed carefully, choosing a navy suit I knew looked good on me, but wasn't flashy. I wasn't there to cause a scene, not yet. But I did bring a guest. Not a date, but my best friend Eric, the one who had been my roommate in college and knew every story about my family drama. He had been there for me through my lowest points, including the night I paid off my last student loan while Mia was on a shopping trip in Paris. "You sure about this?" he asked as we pulled into the venue parking lot. "Very sure," I said, though my heart was thudding in my chest. The venue was a beautiful vineyard. All white chairs and soft music and fairy lights strung between oak trees. As soon as we arrived, the air shifted. I could feel eyes on me as we walked toward the seating area. My mom spotted me first and stood up quickly, her face a mix of relief and nerves. "Lucas, you made it," she said, giving me a quick hug. "I'm so glad you came." My dad nodded at me stiffly, but I caught a flicker of pride in his expression, like he was glad I hadn't completely abandoned the family. Then Mia appeared. She looked stunning, of course, her makeup perfect, her hair done up in an elaborate style, but her smile when she saw me was too wide, too rehearsed. "Lucas," she said in that airy, fake sweet tone. "I'm so glad you could make it." I nodded politely. "Wouldn't miss it," I said. Her eyes darted to Eric, clearly surprised. "And you brought a friend?" "Yeah," I said evenly. I figured since I was being put on display, I might as well have someone in my corner. She blinked, but didn't respond, just turned on her heel and walked away to greet someone else. The ceremony started and everything was as picture-perfect as Mia had planned. The music swelled, the groom beamed, and when Mia walked down the aisle, there were actual gasps. For a brief moment, I almost softened. Almost. But then I remembered the texts, the calls, the way she had told me not to come if I wouldn't buy her happiness. The real moment came after the vows during the reception. People were laughing and clinking glasses, waiters weaving between tables with trays of champagne. I waited until after the first dance when everyone's attention was on the couple, and then I stood up during the toast portion. "Hi, everyone," I said, raising my glass. "I'm Lucas, the brother who until about a week ago wasn't supposed to be here." There was an awkward ripple of laughter. I saw Mia's smile freeze for a split second. "I just wanted to say," I continued, "that weddings are supposed to be about love and new beginnings. They're also about family, the real kind of family, the kind that sticks together when things get hard, not just when it's convenient or when there's money involved. And I think today is a good day to remind ourselves that respect goes both ways." You could have heard a pin drop. Some people nodded, others shifted uncomfortably. Mia's face was pale now, her hand gripping the back of her chair. So I went on, my voice calm but steady. "I didn't buy an apartment or a car or any of the other things I was asked to buy. What I did bring today was something better, myself on my own terms. Because I may not be the perfect brother, but I refuse to be the doormat brother." I raised my glass again, finished my toast, and sat down. There was a beat of silence, and then several people, including my aunt, 2 uncles, and even the groom's father, actually clapped. Mia's face was crimson now. She stood up abruptly, muttered something about needing to check on the cake, and stalked off toward the kitchen. The rest of the reception felt lighter. People kept coming up to me, quietly thanking me for saying what they had been thinking for weeks. Even my dad eventually came over, put a hand on my shoulder, and said, "You spoke well, son." But the real fallout came later that night. My cousin texted me a photo from the bridal suite. Mia sitting on the floor in her wedding dress, mascara running down her face. My mom sitting next to her looking exhausted. Apparently, Mia had accused half the family of taking sides and threatened to cut people out of her life entirely. My cousin just wrote, "She finally sees it. Everyone's done catering to her tantrums." As Eric and I drove home, I felt something I hadn't felt in years. Peace. For the first time, I hadn't caved, hadn't apologized just to keep the peace. I had stood up for myself in front of everyone. And instead of making me the villain, it had forced Mia to confront her own behavior. The next morning, I woke up to a single text from my mom. "Lucas, I know last night was hard, but you did the right thing. Maybe this will be the wake-up call she needs." I stared at that message for a long time, then set the phone down and smiled. Whatever happened next, I knew I'd finally broken the cycle. And this time, I wasn't going to be the one to fix it. Mia would have to decide whether she wanted to grow up or stay exactly where she was. Either way, I wasn't going back to being the quiet, compliant brother ever again. And for the first time in a long time, that felt like freedom. Now on to the next story. Story 6. I'm James, 29, and every summer since I was a kid, my family's had this tradition of renting out the same beach house for a week. It's this cozy place on the Carolina coast with a wraparound porch, creaky floorboards, and a view that looks like it came straight off a postcard. For years, it was my grandparents who booked it, paid for it, made the memories happen. But after they passed, the family tried to keep it going. Except now, it's not about tradition, it's about control. This year, I offered to handle the booking. I didn't make a big show about it. I just took care of the logistics, set up the rental agreement, transferred the deposit, and put the utilities in my name like the owner asked. My mom, my sister Emily, and her husband Todd were all going to chip in after the trip, or so they said. But as the date got closer, the excuses rolled in. Emily texted me 2 days before we left. "Hey, money's tight this month, but we'll make it up to you with food and stuff." Smiley face. Todd followed up with a Venmo request for me to send him money for beach snacks. My mom, she didn't say anything at all. She just packed up her giant sun hat, loaded her bags into Emily's SUV, and met me there like nothing was wrong. I told myself not to make a fuss. I could afford it. I just wanted a peaceful week. Maybe read a book, walk by the water, let go of work stress. But the moment we got to the house, it was clear this wasn't going to be peaceful. They arrived 30 minutes after I did. I just finished unlocking the door and hauling in groceries when Emily marched past me with her shoes still covered in sand. "Ooh, I called the master bedroom," she yelled, tossing her bag onto the biggest bed in the house. Todd lumbered behind her with a case of beer and a Bluetooth speaker already blaring. My mom trailed in, smiling like nothing was out of the ordinary, and went straight to the kitchen like she lived there. I followed them down the hall. "Hey, I figure we could talk about rooms first. Maybe do a rotation system or something." Emily laughed without looking back. "We already talked. Me, Todd, and Mom. We voted. You get the couch. We'll take the bedrooms." I thought she was joking. "Voted?" She plopped onto the mattress, kicked off her shoes, and said, "It's only fair. You're solo, and you didn't really help pay for anything." That hit me square in the chest. "What do you mean? I paid for the entire reservation. No one else sent a dime." My mom leaned on the doorway, arms crossed. "You're always so dramatic, James. You're the one with no kids, no mortgage, no responsibilities. You can afford it." Todd cracked open a beer and chuckled. "Be grateful you're even here, man. You could have stayed in one of those tech hotels with your laptop." I stood there for a second, heart pounding. Not because of the money, but the sheer audacity. I'd invited them. I paid for everything. And here they were acting like I was the guest, like I should be grateful for their company while they took the beds, ran up the AC bill, and hogged the fridge space. Still, I didn't say anything. Not yet. I just nodded slowly. "All right, got it." I turned, grabbed my phone, and stepped outside onto the porch where the salty air hit me like a reset button. I sat on the railing watching the waves, letting my thoughts settle. Then I made a call to the utility company. Took about 3 minutes. I confirmed my identity, the address, and told them I wanted to suspend the services temporarily for maintenance. "Starting when?" the woman on the line asked. "Now," I said. I hung up, walked back inside, and sat on the couch with my earbuds in, pretending to scroll. Nobody noticed anything at first. Emily was in the master bathroom taking selfies in the mirror. Todd was blasting music and trying to sync his phone to the smart TV. My mom was pouring wine into a plastic cup. It was all very normal until the speaker cut out mid-song. Todd started smacking buttons. "Babe, the Wi-Fi's not working." Emily stuck her head out of the bathroom. "It says no signal. Did you put in the password right?" Todd frowned. I didn't even get to the password screen. I watched quietly as the lights flickered once. Then everything went dark. The fridge gave one last sigh and stopped humming. The ceiling fan spun to a stop. Outside, the AC unit clicked off. There was a beat of confused silence. Then my mom snapped her fingers. "James, did you trip a breaker or something?" I looked up slowly. "Nope. Todd walked to the thermostat and started jabbing buttons. It's dead. Whole thing's dead. What the? Emily stomped down the hall. My curling iron just shut off. The power's out everywhere. I'll call the rental company, my mom said, reaching for her phone, then paused. Wait, the router's out too. I leaned back, arms folded behind my head. Yeah, probably won't have much luck with calls either. That part of the beach has awful signal once the Wi-Fi goes. Emily glared at me. Did you do something? I smiled calmly. Nope, but I did take a call just now. Just some standard maintenance stuff. You know, since the utilities are under my name. They all went quiet. Todd was the first to speak. Wait, what do you mean your name? I stood up, grabbed my bag, and fished the keys out of my pocket. The only set. I dangled them for a second, then slipped them into my shorts. Well, I said, walking toward the door. I guess since I didn't help pay for anything, I shouldn't be the one keeping the lights on. My mom's voice cracked a little. James, come on. Don't be childish. I turned in the doorway. I'm not being childish. I'm being generous. I let you stay here. I paid for everything. You told me I don't count, so now I don't. I stepped out into the sunshine, took a deep breath of that warm ocean air, and walked toward my car, keys jingling softly in my hand. Behind me, I heard the front door swing open, and Emily's voice ring out, sharp and panicked. James, where are you going? You can't just leave us here. But I was already at the driveway, already sliding into the driver's seat, already turning the ignition as the house behind me sat in silence. Dark, powerless, and suddenly not so full of vacation cheer. And I hadn't even told them the best part yet. I didn't drive away at first. I let the engine idle, windows down, sea breeze rolling in while I watched my family scramble through the windows like ants in a kicked-over hill. Todd was pacing the porch, holding his phone up to the sky like that would magically summon a signal. Emily disappeared inside again, probably checking the fridge and flicking light switches as if the power would just magically come back. My mom stood in the doorway with her hands on her hips, scanning the driveway like she couldn't believe I was still there, like she thought she could fix it with a look. But I didn't move. I waited. A few minutes later, Emily stormed down the porch steps, still barefoot, her face flushed from the heat and frustration. She marched right up to my car window and knocked twice, sharp and impatient like I worked customer service at a hotel she didn't like. Okay, she said, trying to smile like she hadn't just voted me off the island. You made your point. Now come turn it back on. I looked at her, leaned an elbow out the window. Turn what back on? She huffed. The Wi-Fi, the power, the everything. You think this is funny? Todd's phone's about to die. Mom needs her meds refrigerated. We have groceries melting. Sounds like a lot of problems for people who don't help pay for anything, I said, repeating her own line back with a pleasant smile. You said I didn't contribute, remember? Why would I be in charge of any of that? Emily crossed her arms. We said you could have the couch. You're blowing this out of proportion. No, I replied, my voice cooling. You took the bedrooms. You made a decision, a vote, without even talking to me. Then you mocked me. Mom said I didn't contribute. Todd laughed in my face. And now what? I'm supposed to just go along with it? She narrowed her eyes. So you're punishing us? No, I said, calmer than even I expected. I'm reminding you of. I reached into the passenger seat and picked up the folder I'd left there earlier. The rental agreement. I flipped it open and held it out the window. This isn't your beach house. It's not Mom's. It's mine. I paid. I signed. I hold the lease. The utilities are in my name. And those keys you're all depending on. I shook them in my hand. One set. Emily went quiet. I could see the twitch in her jaw, the anger building behind her eyes. But I didn't care. Not anymore. My whole life I'd been the backup plan, the extra. The one they called when something needed fixing. Taxes, tech, tuition, you name it. I'd always answered, always helped. And they always acted like it was just expected. Not once did they ask me how I was doing. Not once did they think maybe James deserves the bed for once. This week was supposed to be different. I wasn't asking for praise. Just peace. Just some basic respect. And they couldn't even give me that. Emily backed away from the car, shaking her head. You're going to regret this. I let out a low laugh. I don't think I will. She stormed off without another word, and I watched her slam the front door behind her. The windows had already fogged from the heat. No fans, no AC. That beach humidity doesn't take long to turn a house into an oven. I sat there a few more minutes, let the engine hum. Then I opened my phone, tapped into the utility app, and confirmed it. Power suspended. Wi-Fi offline. Thermostat locked out remotely. All synced through my account. One tap could turn it back on. But I didn't tap anything. Instead, I opened a second app, one they definitely didn't know about. I'd added it when I made the reservation just in case. It was linked to the smart locks on all the doors. The owner had installed them for safety, and when I asked for admin access as the primary renter, he happily granted it. I hit the lock icon. Click. Doors secured. Then I put the car in drive and started backing out. In the rearview mirror, I caught a flash of Todd trying to open the front door. It didn't budge. My mom appeared behind him, visibly panicking now as she reached for her phone, then remembered. No Wi-Fi, no service, no way to fix this without me. I made it to the end of the driveway, paused at the stop sign, and looked back once more. From that distance, the beach house still looked perfect. Whitewashed walls, red roof, the little balcony where my grandfather used to drink coffee. But now it felt different, like a metaphor. It looked like paradise until you stepped inside. I turned left toward town. I knew a quiet little inn about 10 minutes inland. Nothing fancy, but it had AC, hot water, and a queen bed just for me. Best of all, peace. Actual peace. They had no idea where I was going. No idea how long I'd be gone. No idea that I hadn't even begun to take back what I was owed. And as I reached the end of the road, phone buzzing silently in the console, I smiled because they still hadn't figured out what else I'd done behind the scenes. What I'd left in the safe. What I'd removed from the shared family account before the trip. What I told the property owner just this morning about a new guest list and a policy violation. They thought losing power was the worst part. They had no idea. I was just getting started. The inn was quiet, almost too quiet, but that was exactly what I needed. I checked in under a different name just to be safe. Paranoia? Maybe, but after the smug looks and that "we voted" comment, I wouldn't put it past Emily to show up pounding on the door if she somehow tracked me down. I used my burner card to pay, the same one I'd been funneling spare change into for months. A little backup fund. It had always been a just-in-case thing. I never imagined just in case would mean escaping my own family. The room was basic. Beige walls, an old TV, and a window that looked out onto a marsh. But the bed was clean, the AC worked, and I could finally take a shower without being told someone else needed it more. I dropped onto the mattress and stared at the ceiling fan spinning gently overhead. My phone buzzed again. Missed call. Mom, 3. Missed call. Emily, 7. Text from Todd. Bro, this isn't funny. Mom's freaking out. I turned the phone face down. I didn't want their apologies. I didn't want the fake concern or the guilt-tripping messages I knew were coming. I wanted them to sit with it, to feel what it was like to be discarded, ignored, used. The truth was, I'd reached my breaking point long before this trip. It wasn't just about the couch or the money or even the rooms. It was a lifetime of being the one they leaned on, only to be dismissed the moment I needed anything back. Emily hadn't paid me back for the down payment I spotted her 3 years ago. Todd once crashed at my place for a month and left me with an electricity bill that nearly doubled. My mom. She'd been emotionally checked out for years, more invested in keeping peace with my sister than treating me like a son. And I let them over and over again until this year. Until I decided to stop playing the role they'd written for me. The inn had one of those complimentary coffee stations in the lobby, and I wandered down to grab a cup as the sun dipped low over the horizon. The woman at the front desk smiled at me. Big weekend crowd down at the beach, she said casually. You from around here? Not really, I said, stirring cream into my cup. Family rented a place nearby. Didn't work out. She gave me a sympathetic look. Sometimes it's better to have distance. People show you who they are when they think you'll never walk away. I nodded. Yeah, I said. They really do. Back in the room, I checked the security camera feed from the beach house. Yep, I'd installed those too. 3 of them. One in the living room, one pointed at the driveway, and one watching the front door. Part of the safety upgrade package the rental company offered, and no one in my family had even noticed them. Emily was pacing in the living room, phone in hand, waving it like a wand. She kept saying something, then throwing her hands in the air. Todd was in the kitchen, shirtless, holding a jug of milk he clearly forgot would spoil without refrigeration. My mom sat at the dining table, fanning herself with a magazine, red-faced and exhausted. The lights still hadn't come back on. The thermostat panel blinked a lonely error code in the background. Then I saw something that almost made me laugh. They were lighting candles like this was the 1800s. Todd knocked one over and yelled as wax spilled across the counter. Emily yelled at him, and my mom slapped the table. No music, no shows, no fans, no cold drinks. Just heat and tension. It was the first time I'd ever seen them uncomfortable together, and they still hadn't realized the second part of my plan. Earlier that morning, just after Todd sent me that dumb snack Venmo request, I called the property owner. I told him I'd be arriving alone, that my family might try to join me but had not contributed, and that I was concerned about the rental agreement being violated. He was a sharp guy, mid-60s, probably had dealt with enough tenant drama to smell a problem before it got out of hand. I explained the situation calmly, professionally, and made sure he knew I was fully within my rights. He didn't argue, just thanked me for the heads up and reminded me that if the occupancy limit was exceeded, he was required to report it for insurance reasons. I sent him a photo of their car in the driveway that morning. Time-stamped. 3 guests over the limit. No names on the agreement. He told me he'd handle it discreetly. I didn't know what that meant at the time until now, because as I stared at the feed from the front door camera, headlights pulled into the driveway. A clean white SUV with a property management logo on the door. Emily popped up like a prairie dog. Todd moved to the window. A man stepped out, clipboard in hand, sunglasses perched on his nose. He knocked twice. The camera feed didn't have sound, but I didn't need audio to read their faces. Emily opened the door, said something. The man showed her the clipboard. She waved her hands, probably trying to talk her way out of it. Todd came to the door and took over, puffing up like he always did when someone questioned him. My mom stood behind them, clearly confused. Then the man pointed at the house, then toward the street. Emily's jaw dropped. Todd started shouting, and then the man handed them a printed sheet of paper. Emily snatched it, read it, and screamed something I wish I could hear. My phone buzzed again. This time, a message from Mom. "James, what did you do?" I didn't respond. Instead, I pulled up the settings on the Smart Lock app and tapped a button labeled Temporary Override Access. It gave them exactly 30 minutes to gather their things before the doors would lock again. This time, permanently. That was more than they ever gave me. I watched it all unfold from the comfort of my cheap-in bed, the security cam feeds flickering between angles as the sun dipped low outside the beach house. The man from the property management team remained calm, professional, even as Emily threw what could only be described as a tantrum. Her arms flailed, her voice clearly shrill, even without audio. Todd paced in and out of frame like a caged animal while my mom stood stiff, arms folded across her chest as if trying to disappear into herself. When Emily realized the man wasn't going to be intimidated, she grabbed her phone and stormed back inside. She probably still thought she could talk her way out of it. I gave it 10 minutes before she figured out the Wi-Fi was still off and there was no cell signal. The house was basically a dead zone. No reception, no power, no patience left. I sipped from my bottle of water and leaned back, letting myself finally relax as the last light faded behind the trees. I'd waited years for something like this. Not the revenge necessarily, but the clarity. For once, I wasn't the one picking up the pieces after my family's chaos. I wasn't the wallet. I wasn't the doormat. The property manager stood in the driveway, tapping his tablet occasionally, waiting like someone who knew the law was on his side. He had the kind of calm that only came with experience. Eventually, Emily, Todd, and my mom reappeared. This time, dragging suitcases, not all of them, just the ones they could carry in one trip. My override access had set a 30-minute timer, and based on how frantic they looked, they realized that window was closing. At one point, Emily tried to yank open the front door again, probably to grab her curling iron or makeup case or something else she deemed essential. It didn't budge. I had already disabled her access from the system. Once the override expired, that was it. They loaded their things into Emily's SUV in angry silence, the doors slamming like punctuation marks on a sentence I'd been trying to write for years. Todd muttered something at the manager as they left, and for a moment, I thought he might get physical, but one stern look from the guy, and Todd backed off, tail between his legs. The car pulled out of the driveway and took off down the street. I watched until the taillights vanished. Then I shut the app, turned off the TV, and let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. The next morning, I returned to the beach house just as the tide was rolling in. The sun was rising, casting this soft golden glow over the porch and the dunes. I unlocked the front door, my door, and stepped into silence. No yelling, no music, no half-drunk beer cans left out. Just the gentle hum of the fridge and the cool air of the AC I'd re-enabled an hour before. I made myself coffee and stood barefoot on the porch watching the waves. I hadn't felt this at peace in a long time. That was when my phone buzzed again. Mom, we're back in the city. I hope you're happy. Emily, this is unbelievable. We had to stay in a motel. Todd is furious. We'll be talking about this at Thanksgiving. Todd, real mature man. Just wait till the rest of the family hears about what you pulled. I didn't respond to any of them. Instead, I opened a different text thread. My cousin Lily. The one who'd always been kind to me. The one who brought me soup when I was sick. Who came to my graduation even when the rest of the family skipped it for Emily's dance recital. Me, hey, beach house is quiet now. Want to come down for a couple days? Got an extra bedroom or 3? She replied almost instantly. Lily. Seriously? I'd love to. I need a break. I'll bring wine and pastries. Me, bring your dog too. Big porch, plenty of room. Lily, be there by dinner. I smiled. Then I went through the house room by room and took inventory of the mess. Emily had left behind a pair of designer sandals. Todd's Bluetooth speaker sat forgotten in a corner. My mom's knitting bag was still draped over the arm of a chair. They must have been in such a rush to leave before the locks kicked in. They hadn't double-checked anything. I gathered it all, one item at a time, placed it into a single cardboard box, taped it shut, and wrote 3 words across the top in thick black marker. Return to sender. I didn't mail it, of course. I left it in the garage next to the trash bin. If they wanted it, they could come back and ask nicely, but I knew they wouldn't. Pride always came before apology in my family. The following few days were a kind of quiet bliss I didn't know I needed. Lily showed up that night with a tote full of snacks and her goofy golden retriever, Max. We grilled, we watched movies, we went on long walks by the shore. No drama, no side comments, just 2 cousins who actually liked each other's company. She didn't even ask what had happened until the 3rd night when we were sitting out on the porch watching the stars. So, she said, you going to tell me why Emily's been posting cryptic quotes about betrayal and fake family on her Instagram story all week? I laughed hard for the first time in ages. I told her everything, the vote, the couch, the utilities, the locks. By the end, she was crying with laughter. Oh my God, James, she said, wiping her eyes. You're my hero. Seriously, that's legendary. I just couldn't do it anymore, I said. They pushed too far this time. She nodded. About time someone held them accountable. I didn't reply right away. Just let the sound of the waves do the talking for a bit. Then I added, I'm thinking of skipping Thanksgiving this year. Lily grinned. We should go to Italy instead. Just you, me, and Max. Deal. By the end of the week, I left the house cleaner than I'd found it. I messaged the owner to let him know everything was in perfect condition, and he thanked me for the heads up and the way I'd handled everything. He even offered me a discount if I wanted to book it again next year. I smiled at the thought. Maybe I would. But next time, I wouldn't make the mistake of inviting people who only saw me as a free ride. Because that week at the beach taught me something I should have realized a long time ago. Family isn't defined by blood. It's defined by respect, by effort, by the people who show up without taking. And from now on, that's the only kind of family I'll be making room for. Especially not on the couch. Now on to the next story. Story 7. My name's Aaron. I'm 29, a software developer in Denver. And I guess you could say I've always been the invisible one in the family. Not the rebel, not the golden child, just the background character. Family gatherings, I was the guy setting up chairs. Birthdays, I got gift cards with no name. My younger sister, Emma, though she was the star. Daddy's princess, Mom's pride, and the one my grandparents called our little angel. Even when she crashed a car at 17 and somehow I got blamed for not raising her better. Yeah, that kind of family. But there was one person who saw me. Really saw me. My grandfather, Mom's dad, his name was Walter, but everyone called him Gramps. Retired Navy man, old school to the bone. Walked with a cane carved out of some exotic wood he got in Vietnam. He was the only one who remembered my birthday without Facebook, the only one who showed up to my college graduation, even though everyone else claimed the weather was bad. We had a tradition. Every Sunday morning, we'd meet at this old diner with cracked booths and watery coffee. And he'd ask me the same thing. You building something with those clever hands of yours? And when I said yes, he'd smile, lean in like it was a secret, and say, good, don't let them turn you into the mule. I didn't understand what he meant until much later. Gramps passed last September quietly in his sleep in that creaky old house where he'd lived for 50 years. I got the call from his neighbor before my own family even told me. When I arrived, my mom was already there rummaging through drawers, muttering under her breath. My sister sat on the couch with a dramatic tissue in hand like she was auditioning for a soap opera. I asked if I could have a moment alone with him. Mom rolled her eyes. We don't have time for sentiment, Aaron. There's paperwork. I still remember walking into that bedroom. His cane was propped neatly by the nightstand, his glasses folded beside it. The room smelled like cedar and old paper. I sat down on the edge of the bed and let out one long breath. I didn't cry. Not yet. Instead, I noticed a small envelope under his lamp. My name on the front in his crooked handwriting. I opened it and inside was a short note. If you're reading this, I'm gone. Don't trust anyone with my memory but you. The will is in the safe. Combination is your birthday backwards. Be smart. Be careful. Love, Gramps. My heart was racing. I walked to the small safe behind his bookshelf. Same one he'd shown me years ago when he used to hide moonshine in it during family dinners. I turned the dial. September 17th, 93 backward. Clicked. Inside was a thick folder sealed with red string. Another note sat on top. The estate is yours, Aaron. All of it. The house, the land, the savings, $3 million in assets. You earned it. You saw me and I saw you. Don't let them erase that. I stared at it for what felt like hours. The weight of those words. The quiet trust of a man who was more father to me than anyone else. It hit like a freight train. But even then, I knew my mom wouldn't take this well. Neither would Emma. To them, the inheritance wasn't about love. It was about status, possession. And now that status had been given to me, the invisible one. Oh, they would burn down the world to flip the script. At the official reading of the will a week later, the air was tense. We sat in the lawyer's office, mahogany walls, leather chairs, the kind of place that smells like old cigars and power. My mom wore all black like she was performing grief. Emma wore pearls. I wore my usual jeans and a button-down. The lawyer, Mr. Caldwell, cleared his throat, adjusted his glasses, and began reading. At first, it was all formalities. Then came the line, I, Walter James P., being of sound mind and body, hereby leave the entirety of my estate, property, assets, and holdings to my grandson, Aaron Michael P., in gratitude for his loyalty, integrity, and care. The room went still. My mom's face turned to stone. Emma's mouth fell open. Mr. Caldwell kept reading unfazed. But I couldn't hear anything beyond that one sentence echoing in my head. Then Mom slammed her hand on the table. That's not right, she snapped. That, he meant Emma. He always said it was for her. This must be a mistake. Mr. Caldwell blinked. I assure you this is the signed, witnessed, and notarized will. Your father was very clear. My mom turned to me with a slow, venomous smile. Aaron, sweetheart, you're not actually going to take this from your sister, are you? You don't need this. Emma has plans. She has dreams. Don't be selfish. Emma chimed in. It's not fair, Aaron. You know, he was probably confused at the end. You should do the right thing. I didn't say a word. Just stood up, folded the will, and walked out. That night, I stayed at Gramps' house. My house now, I guess. I was still reeling. Not just from the inheritance, but from how fast the mask came off my family's faces. No mourning, no kindness, just entitlement and fury. Around midnight, I heard the back door creak open. I froze. Footsteps, whispers. I peeked from the hallway. My mother and sister were inside, rummaging through drawers. Mom was holding something. A lighter. What are you doing? I asked, stepping into the room. They jumped. You shouldn't be here, Mom hissed. I live here now, I replied, voice steady. That's when Emma shoved me backward into the couch. Mom grabbed the folder I'd tucked into the drawer. This is what matters, she sneered. And you don't deserve it. I tried to stand, but Emma held my arms down. Mom opened the folder and yanked out the will. This never happened, she whispered, and SHHK tore it straight down the middle again and again into ribbons. Then they left. No apologies, no shame. I just sat there, but I wasn't angry. I smiled because what they destroyed wasn't the original. It wasn't even legal. And what they didn't know was that Gramps had written 2 versions. And the real one, well, let's just say it wasn't even in the house anymore. The morning after they tore up the fake will, I brewed a cup of coffee, stepped out onto the back porch, and just stared at the garden Gramps had once tended. Rows of overgrown tomatoes, wild mint choking the edges, and a busted lawn gnome with half its hat missing. The sun was barely up, but I was wide awake, wired, not from caffeine, but from the sheer clarity of everything. For the first time, I saw them, my family, for exactly what they were. Not people who'd lost a father or grandfather, just scavengers who'd been circling the estate like buzzards, waiting for the meat to go cold. And they thought they'd won. Here's what they didn't know. Gramps had called me over 2 weeks before he passed. Said he needed my help setting up some tech stuff. I brought my laptop thinking he wanted to learn how to stream war documentaries. Instead, he walked me through a very specific set of tasks. Scanning and uploading documents to his lawyer's cloud drive, recording a video message, and even reading through a backup we'll store digitally. The physical copy, the one they tore up, was a decoy, something to test their integrity. They failed spectacularly. Later that day, I met with Mr. Caldwell again. I handed him a flash drive, then opened my encrypted cloud folder on his office computer. His eyebrows rose when he saw the backup Gramps had recorded. A time-stamped, clear-day video of him sitting in the very living room where Mom and Emma had ambushed me. Hello, whoever's watching this. Gramps began, voice gravelly, but strong. If you're seeing this, it means something went sideways. Probably involving you, Deborah. He chuckled to himself, then looked right into the camera. This will is real. The one you tore up is bait. Aaron's the only one I trust. He's the only one who ever showed up. Not for handouts, not for favors, just to sit and talk. He's earned this. You want to contest it? Be my guest. But know this, I knew you'd try. Mr. Caldwell leaned back, lips pursed in something between amusement and awe. He really did plan for everything, didn't he? I nodded. He always played chess while the rest of them were fighting over checkers. The next week, I started quietly transferring assets. The house title was already in my name. The accounts, investments, land, it all followed. I didn't rub it in their faces. I didn't even block their numbers. I just stopped replying. Cold silence. That's all I gave them. At first, they were quiet, but by week 2, the texts started rolling in. Mom texted, Aaron, we need to talk. Things got out of hand. Emma texted, can we at least split the house? I was supposed to live there after college. Mom texted again. Grandpa was sick. He didn't know what he was doing. I'm sure you realized that. And then the cherry on top. Emma texted, you wouldn't even have a family if it weren't for me. Stop being selfish. We're blood. Blood. That word clanged around in my head like a bad bell. As if DNA entitles people to loyalty, respect, and access. As if sharing a gene pool gives them the right to rip apart your piece and still expect a piece of the pie. But things escalated fast from there. One afternoon, I came back from a short grocery run to find the side gate broken. The lock was snapped clean in half like someone had hit it with a hammer. I walked inside and froze in the hallway. Cabinets open, drawers pulled out, and in the middle of the floor, shredded paper. They'd come back. They thought I still had another will hidden somewhere or bank statements or God knows what. They even rifled through Gramps' old footlocker and left my childhood photos scattered across the floor. There was a smear of lipstick on the light switch. Emma's, no doubt. A familiar floral scent lingered in the air. But they hadn't counted on two things. First, I'd already moved everything valuable, paperwork, jewelry, anything of worth, into a safe deposit box at the bank under a trust account Gramps had set up with my name as sole beneficiary. Second, I had cameras installed. High-res night vision, audio. I watched the footage that night. My mother pacing in the kitchen like she owned it. Emma opening every drawer with manic energy, muttering things like, "Where is it? Where is it? He has to have another one somewhere." And then my mother turned to the camera, looked directly into it and smiled. "I brought you into this world, Aaron," she whispered, "and I'll take everything back. Just watch me." That was the moment I felt something inside me harden. Not just anger, resolve. A quiet click of finality, like a steel door slamming shut. They didn't see me as family. They saw me as an obstacle to their wealth. And now they'd escalated things from manipulation to outright breaking and entering. I filed the footage and sent copies to my lawyer. He reviewed the footage, took statements, and drafted a notice. The police would be next. But before I made any official moves, I decided on one last step, a gesture. I mailed each of them a copy of Gramps' video. Well, not the whole estate file, just the part where he looked into the camera and said, "If you betray Aaron, know this. He's smarter than you think, and you're not nearly as untouchable as you pretend." Inside each envelope, I also included a note of my own. "This is your legacy. You chose it. I didn't." 3 days passed. Then came the knock at my door. Not police, not lawyers. Them. Mom, Emma, and of all people, Uncle Craig, another leech I hadn't seen in a decade, suddenly very interested in mediating things. I didn't open the door, just watched them through the glass. They rang the bell, knocked again. Mom shouted, "Aaron, we just want to talk." Emma added, "You're tearing this family apart." I turned off the porch light, walked into the kitchen, and turned up the stereo. Let them stand in the cold. But what I did next, that's when things really started to unravel. I let them knock for 5 more minutes before they finally gave up. Watching them storm off my porch was satisfying. Not joyful, not triumphant, just clarifying. It was the first time I truly saw them outside the roles I'd assigned them growing up. My mom wasn't a misguided parent. Emma wasn't a spoiled brat. Uncle Craig wasn't just some out-of-touch relative. They were all adults who had made a series of calculated, self-serving decisions. And now that those decisions had real consequences, they wanted to talk. No apology, no remorse, just control dressed up as concern. That night, I reviewed the footage again and backed it up in 3 locations. I wasn't paranoid. I was prepared. Gramps had always told me, be polite, be kind, but never be unarmed. And right now, information was my weapon. Proof. Evidence. The only kind of thing they couldn't twist or fake. The next morning, I walked into Caldwell's office with a folder labeled Criminal Trespassing 3 Parties. He skimmed through it quietly, pausing at a still shot of my mom smiling directly into the camera mid-break-in. "Well," he said, tapping the folder with one finger, "we can press charges today if you want." I hesitated. It wasn't that I felt conflicted. I didn't know the mercy, but part of me wondered, what if this escalates things? What if they don't just slink away? What if they double down? I looked at Mr. Caldwell and said, let's hold off on the police just for now. But I want a cease and desist letter sent to each of them. Full legal language? Make it sharp. He nodded. And the restraining order prep? Have it ready, I said. They come near me or the house again, I file it immediately. He raised an eyebrow. Your grandfather would be proud. That hit me harder than I expected. By Friday, the letters were sent. Certified mail, signed receipt. The kind of envelope that makes your stomach twist just looking at it. And just like clockwork, the texts rolled in. Emma texted, really, Aaron? Legal threats now? We're family. You're making this ugly. Mom texted, do you know what you're doing? Do you have any idea how this will look to people? That one made me laugh because for the first time in my life, I didn't care what things looked like. I wasn't the background character anymore. I wasn't going to be the quiet, reasonable one who smoothed things over while everyone else set fires. I was done playing peacemaker in a war I never started. But they weren't done. That weekend, I got a call from my boss, Elliot. Chill guy, runs a small software firm. We've worked together for 4 years. Hey Aaron, he said casually. Quick question. Did something weird happen in your family? I got a strange email this morning. My stomach dropped. What kind of email? He paused. Anonymous tip said you forged a will to steal money from your dying grandfather. Even attached a photo of you walking out of a lawyer's office. Claimed you had a history of mental illness. I went cold. They're trying to tank my job, I said quietly. Yeah, he replied. But don't worry. I didn't believe a word of it. The writing was unhinged, and it came from an address like Justice for Emma. I closed my eyes and let out a slow breath. Thanks, Elliot. Take care of yourself, man. And if you need time off to handle this circus, just say the word. After I hung up, I sat at the kitchen table in silence for a long time. They weren't just angry, they were desperate. And desperation makes people reckless. They were trying to drag my name through the mud to smear me into backing down. They weren't just trying to steal the inheritance. They wanted to destroy my credibility so no one would believe me when I fought back. So I pivoted. I spent the next 2 days gathering more than just legal documents. I compiled every letter Gramps had written me over the years, emails, texts, the video. I reached out to his old friends, guys from the VFW, his mechanic, even his barber, anyone who had heard Gramps talk about me in a positive light. I asked for statements. Some were handwritten, some were voice memos. One guy mailed me an actual cassette tape. Then I sat down and wrote a long, detailed post. No accusations, no profanity, just facts, dates, screenshots, video stills. I titled it, My Family Tried to Steal My Grandfather's Inheritance. When that failed, they tried to ruin my life. I posted it on a forum we all followed, an old online community Gramps had been active in, full of his friends and fellow vets. I didn't use real names, but I didn't need to. The people who knew us, they knew. The fallout was instant. Emma's carefully curated sweet girl image shattered. Her social media comments were flooded with people quoting her own words from the break-in footage. My mom's bridge club, yes, that's real, kicked her out within 48 hours. Apparently, financially abusing your son doesn't pair well with cucumber sandwiches. But it wasn't enough because that Sunday, I got another visitor. Uncle Craig, standing on my porch with a briefcase and the smuggest smile I've ever seen. Let's talk man to man, he said. I folded my arms. We're not men. We're not even related legally. He laughed. Come on, Aaron. You don't want this to get ugly, do you? I leaned against the door frame. Craig, it's already ugly. You just haven't bled yet. He looked startled, but I wasn't bluffing because what I did next, well, that was the move that made all their threats implode at once. And it started with one phone call. I didn't make the call right away. I waited until Uncle Craig was halfway down the driveway, muttering to himself and checking his phone like someone who almost had a plan, but not quite. He thought this was a negotiation, a business dispute, something you fix with favors and leverage and passive threats. He was about to learn the difference between bluffing and being outmatched. I stepped back into the house, locked the door, and picked up my phone. I called Mr. Caldwell first. It's time, I told him. File the police report, press charges, include the footage, the break-in, everything. Let them explain it to a judge now. His voice was calm and steady, like he'd been waiting for this moment. Understood. I'll file it by morning. I'll also begin the process for a restraining order, and I'll flag the inheritance for court protection. I hung up and made one more call. This one wasn't to a lawyer. It was to Mrs. Hadley, my grandfather's former neighbor. Sweet woman used to bake him ginger cookies every Christmas. She was also the only person who witnessed my mom sneaking into the house the night they tore up the fake will. Hi, Mrs. Hadley. I hope I'm not disturbing you, but do you remember that night my mother and sister came over? You mentioned seeing something strange. Oh, honey, she said immediately. I already wrote everything down. I knew they were up to something. I saw them creeping through the gate at midnight like burglars. I even called it into the non-emergency line, but no one came. My heart surged. Would you be willing to submit that statement? I'm filing charges. Oh, absolutely. Walter was a dear friend. What they did was vile. Within 48 hours, things began to snowball. Police officers arrived at my mother's house with a warrant. They seized her phone and Emma's, too. The footage from my cameras, Mrs. Hadley's statement, and a match on the lipstick print to Emma's favorite brand of lip gloss were all more than enough to justify the charges. Breaking and entering, destruction of property, and attempted fraud. When they were arrested, it hit the local news. Not front page, but enough. The headline read, Mother-daughter duo accused of breaking into family home after dispute over inheritance. I saw the mugshots online that night. Emma looked shell-shocked. My mother looked like she'd just bitten into something sour. I stared at their faces for a long time, and for a moment, just a flicker of one, I almost felt sorry for them. But then I remembered the hands holding me down while they shredded the will. The smugness, the entitlement, the way Mom looked me in the eye and said, "You don't deserve this." That sympathy vanished like smoke. The court process took time. They pleaded not guilty, of course. Claimed they were retrieving family belongings and that I overreacted. But the digital records didn't lie. The judge wasn't amused. My lawyer played the video of my mom smiling into the camera while saying, "I'll take everything back. Just watch me." Silence followed in the courtroom. Even their public defender looked embarrassed. The judge granted me a permanent restraining order. They were barred from coming within 200 feet of me, the house, or any of the estate properties. Emma was ordered into mandatory counseling after an emotional outburst during a hearing where she screamed that I stole her future. The judge just stared and said, "Your future was never yours to steal." But the true final twist came when Gramps' secondary trust came to light. It turned out he'd left something else, a contingency fund of $250,000. And in the video will, he clearly stated, "This is for Aaron to do with as he sees fit. If the family honors his space, he may choose to share it. If they betray him, he keeps every cent." My hands shook when Caldwell told me, "What do you want to do with it?" he asked. I didn't even need to think. Keep it. They earned their exile. Emma ended up dropping out of grad school. With legal fees piling up and a reputation now trailing her like toilet paper on a shoe, she couldn't afford tuition or the Instagram influencer lifestyle she'd been carefully cultivating. Her boyfriend dumped her when the inheritance scam hit the news. He posted a story the next day with the caption, "Dodged a bullet." My mother filed for bankruptcy 6 months later. Uncle Craig ghosted them entirely. Turns out his briefcase was empty. His help hollow when she reached out to me through a third party asking for just enough to get back on her feet. I responded with a quote from Gramps. "Be polite. Be kind, but never be unarmed." Then I blocked the number. The house stayed mine. I remodeled Gramps' old study into a library, floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, plush leather chairs, and his cane mounted above the fireplace. Every Sunday morning, I still go to that diner we loved. I sit in the same booth. I order 2 cups of coffee, one for me, one for him. I keep the second untouched. Just there, just a reminder. It's been a year now. I'm 30 and I'm no longer invisible. When people talk about legacy, they usually mean money, land, assets. But what my grandfather left me was more than any of that. He left me clarity. He left me the courage to cut ties that were slowly strangling me. And he left me the tools to defend myself when the people who claimed to love me turned into wolves. So, if you're reading this and you're the quiet one, the overlooked one, the mule pulling the weight for everyone else, let me tell you something. You are not obligated to stay loyal to people who see you as a wallet, a tool, or a stepping stone. You're allowed to protect your peace. You're allowed to walk away. And sometimes the best revenge is living the life they said you didn't deserve. I'm living it now and I'm not looking back. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Now on to the next story. Story 8. My name's Daniel. I'm 31 and for most of my life, I've been the quiet one in my family. The one who helps with moving day, who always replies, "No worries." In the group chat, who everyone assumes will be fine with being left out. As long as they remember to invite me next time. I don't make scenes. I don't argue. I learned early that in my family, the loudest voice wins, and mine was never one of them. But that doesn't mean I don't notice things. I notice everything. My younger brother, Chris, has always been the golden child. He's 2 years younger, barely graduated college after bouncing between majors, and now works at a flashy real estate firm where he mostly just posts shirtless closing day photos with clients and cashes in on charm. I took a quieter path, finance, long hours, no selfies. I bought my first property at 28, helped my parents pay off their mortgage after Dad's back injury, and even gave Chris a loan once to cover rent when he first moved to the city. But no one remembers that. What they do remember is that Chris makes people laugh, that he's fun and good energy. Meanwhile, I'm told I take things too seriously. This year, our birthdays fell just a few weeks apart. Chris's came first. I didn't expect much, but I showed up like I always do. They'd rented out a rooftop lounge downtown, decked out with silver and gold balloons spelling Happy 29th, complete with a photographer, catered hors d'oeuvres, and even a customized cocktail menu with drinks named after his greatest moments. They toasted him like he was a war hero. My mom gave a speech. My dad handed him a velvet box with a Rolex inside. "Every man needs a proper timepiece," he said, beaming with pride. Everyone clapped. Chris winked and said, "Guess I'm finally the favorite for real now." I laughed. Genuinely, I did because I knew if I didn't, the room would shift. It always does. My birthday landed on a Tuesday. I didn't expect a rooftop or a Rolex, but I thought maybe dinner, maybe cake. My mom texted me that morning, "Happy birthday. Family dinner at 6 o'clock. Your dad's grilling." I thanked her. When I arrived, they were already eating. My name wasn't on the group chat earlier that day because, as my sister put it, "We figured you'd just show up." I sat down. No decorations, no music, no speech. They brought out a single leftover cupcake. Vanilla, the kind I don't even like, with a broken candle jammed into the center. My niece handed me a card with crayon drawings of a donkey on it. It said, "Congrats on another year of wasted potential." Everyone laughed. I couldn't. I just sat there staring at it, unsure if it was a prank or some cruel family inside joke. I wasn't letting on. My dad, seeing the look on my face, chuckled and said, "Relax, it's just a joke, unless you're still sensitive." I heard my sister whisper, "Yikes," like I was the problem for not playing along. The moment hung heavy in the air. I took out my phone, snapped a photo of the cupcake, the card, and the table. No one noticed. I stood up, said I had to get back to work, and walked out. No one stopped me. I didn't cry. I didn't yell. But I drove straight home, heart thudding, ears ringing with every sentence I didn't say. I looked at the photo again. The cheap paper plate, the stained tablecloth, the half-drunk soda cans, and that card sitting dead center like a middle finger. That night, I opened Instagram and posted the photo with a caption that read, "Some birthdays come with champagne and Rolexes. Some come with leftovers and reminders you'll never be enough. Cheers to knowing the difference." Within an hour, my phone was buzzing. Old college friends commented things like, "What happened?" and "Are you okay?" My cousin who lives across the country and rarely speaks to the rest of the family DM'd me, "This can't be real. Please tell me this isn't your birthday." I didn't respond. I didn't have to. By morning, the post had over 300 likes. I didn't even tag anyone, but the message was clear. That's when the calls started. First my mom, then Chris, then my sister. I didn't answer, but it was my Aunt Maria who finally snapped. She left a voicemail that started with, "What did you post?" and escalated into her screaming about how private family matters don't belong online, how I was making everyone look bad, and how people at church are asking questions. I listened to the message twice. Then I smiled because for once they were the ones uncomfortable. For once they had to answer for something, and I wasn't even close to done. I didn't respond to anyone for 2 days. I silenced the group chat, ignored the missed calls, let the messages pile up. They ranged from fake concern, "Are you okay?" to veiled threats, "You're really going to burn bridges over a cupcake." Chris texted, "Dude, it was just a joke. Don't make it weird." I stared at that one for a while. The same guy who once forgot to show up to my college graduation brunch was now lecturing me on what was weird. I didn't reply. Instead, I made a few changes. First, I locked my Venmo and PayPal accounts. You'd be amazed how often I got, "Hey, bro, can you spot me?" requests from family, especially Chris. I deleted every shared account they were using, Netflix, Spotify, the phone plan my sister was on temporarily since 2019. I changed all passwords, pulled my card from the Uber family profile, disconnected my Amazon Prime from my parents' login. It wasn't petty, it was overdue. Second, I cleaned up my feed. I made my Instagram public. I posted a carousel of old photos. Me at Chris's birthday, clapping in the background while he opened gifts. A photo of me helping Dad with the garage. One from the summer I drove my sister's kids to camp every morning because she needed help. I captioned it simply, "Just a few memories with people who always said they don't know where I got the idea that they treat me differently." No names, no tags, but the comments poured in. Friends, coworkers, even a couple of my mom's old friends from book club. Some said things like, "This explains so much," or "Proud of you for speaking up." That afternoon, my sister finally broke. She showed up at my place unannounced, knocking like it was an emergency. When I opened the door, she didn't even say hi, just walked in and said, "You're blowing this way out of proportion." I leaned on the counter, arms folded, and let her talk. She went on about how our parents meant well, how Chris's party was just easier to plan, how I always make things harder by not being as easygoing. Then she said something that froze me in place. "You always expect people to read your mind. If you wanted a bigger celebration, you should have asked." I laughed, a sharp, bitter sound that startled her. "I have to ask to not be insulted on my birthday." She blinked. "It was just a joke." "You keep saying that," I replied, "but I don't remember it being funny." She rolled her eyes and muttered, "This is exactly why people don't know how to deal with you." And that was it. That was the moment I stopped trying. I didn't ask her to leave. I just opened the door and stood there until she walked past me fuming. She didn't say goodbye. That weekend, I got a text from my mom. It was a long paragraph that started with, "You know, your father didn't mean it that way," and ended with, "It's time to stop being dramatic." She added a smiley face, as if that softened the blow. But here's the thing about being the quiet one. When we finally speak, people don't know how to handle it. They're used to us swallowing the hurt, shrinking ourselves to keep the peace. They never expect us to push back. They never expect us to document everything. So, I did something I never thought I would. I started writing a blog, anonymous at first, stories, memories, moments that shaped how I saw my family and how they never really saw me. It wasn't revenge, it was therapy, and people started reading, sharing. One post about being the family's emotional landfill went semi-viral. A local mental health advocate reached out to ask if I'd ever consider turning the post into a series or a podcast. I didn't say yes, but I didn't say no. A week later, my dad called. I didn't answer. He left a voicemail. It was short. "Daniel, enough is enough. This has gone too far. You're embarrassing the family." Then a pause. "You've made your point. We're waiting for an apology." The voicemail rattled around in my head for days. You're embarrassing the family. Not hurting them. Not disappointing them. Embarrassing. That word stuck like gum on the sole of a shoe. I replayed the message once, then deleted it. I wasn't going to respond. Not this time. Every bone in my body told me that the next move needed to be deliberate. No more passive silence. No more letting things slide just to keep a brittle peace. This time I wanted the truth out there. Not just in vague Instagram captions or anonymous blog posts, but laid out clearly with names, dates, and memories that never quite healed. That Friday, I booked a session with a local photographer. I wore the same button-down shirt I'd worn to Chris's birthday and asked her to replicate the lighting from the rooftop lounge. Then I held the joke birthday card in one hand and that leftover cupcake in the other. The frosting slightly melted just like it had been. She snapped a dozen shots. On Monday, I posted the most striking one with a new caption. This was my birthday gift from my family this year. After helping them pay off their mortgage, after bailing out my brother, after covering my niece's tuition deposit when my sister was between jobs. Not asking for applause, just tired of pretending this didn't happen. The photo spread fast. People I hadn't heard from in years messaged me. High school classmates, an old boss, even a distant cousin in New Jersey who'd cut contact with our side of the family ages ago. One message read, "This is the most honest thing I've seen in a long time. Thank you." But the comment section, that was something else entirely. Hundreds of strangers chimed in, some sharing similar experiences, others expressing outrage. A few people, probably family friends under burner accounts, accused me of airing dirty laundry and being ungrateful. I didn't respond to them. I didn't have to. The community did it for me. But then came the comment that tipped everything over. Someone with a verified checkmark, an editor from a popular digital magazine, commented, "If you're willing to tell your story, our readers need to hear it. Check your DMs." I sat with that message for hours. Part of me hesitated. I could already hear the accusations, attention-seeking, dramatic, trying to destroy the family for clout. But another part of me, the part that had sat quietly through years of being overlooked, dismissed, and treated like a second-tier sibling, leaned forward and clicked reply. That's how the interview happened. They titled it The Invisible Child. What happens when families forget to celebrate everyone? It wasn't just about my birthday anymore. It was about patterns, about generational favoritism, about what it means to be the one who always gives but is never seen. I didn't name names, but I didn't sugarcoat anything either. I shared stories. The time my mom forgot to order my graduation photos, but framed my brother's. The Christmas where Chris got a new laptop while I got socks. The year I organized the entire family vacation only for them to leave me out of the group photo because you were busy grabbing towels. The article dropped on a Tuesday. By Wednesday morning, it had over 200,000 shares. My inbox was flooded, and that's when the real fallout started. Chris called first. He didn't yell. He didn't swear. His voice was cold, flat in a way I'd never heard before. "You really hate us that much?" I didn't respond right away. I could feel his anger coiling, waiting for something he could pounce on. "I don't hate you," I said, "but I'm done pretending everything's okay just because it's easier for you." He scoffed. "Do you know how this looks?" I had clients message me about that article. Clients. "Daniel, you made us all look like monsters." "No," I said. "You did that yourselves. I just held up the mirror." He hung up. The next day, my mom showed up at my apartment. I didn't let her in. We spoke through the door. She tried to play the victim. "Do you have any idea what you've done to this family?" she said, voice breaking. "People are talking. Your father's blood pressure is through the roof. Your sister can't sleep. And your brother? He's humiliated." I stayed quiet. Then she said it. "You always were the ungrateful one. Not we're sorry. Not we should have done better. Ungrateful. Like everything I ever gave them, money, time, love, was just a down payment on silence." I finally replied, my voice calm, but firmer than she'd ever heard it. "You gave me a cupcake and a card that said my life was wasted. And now you're angry because I finally agreed." There was a long pause, then footsteps, then silence. That night, my phone buzzed again. A screenshot sent by one of my cousins. It was from the family group chat I was no longer part of. The thread was spiraling. My aunt calling me manipulative, my dad saying I'd brought shame to the family, and Chris threatening to sue if I ever mentioned him publicly again. But it was my sister's message that made me stop cold. He's always wanted to be the victim. Let him have it. Just don't forget who helped change his diapers. I stared at it for a long time. Not because it hurt. Not anymore. But because I realized they didn't see me, they never had. And now the world was watching. I let a week pass before responding to any of them. I needed time to think, to feel everything fully instead of stuffing it down like I always had. Felt strange to be seen. Really seen, not by my family, but by strangers who'd read my story and reached out. Teachers, therapists, quiet siblings from loud families. One woman wrote, "I didn't know anyone else had a birthday like mine. I cried reading yours." Another said, "Your post made me call my younger brother just to say sorry. He was always the one who got left behind." And yet, despite all the messages of support, there was a low hum of dread in my chest because I knew what was coming. The final pushback. My father called one evening. It was late, later than he usually stayed up, and I answered partly out of curiosity. There was no hello, just a sigh. And then, "So is this who you are now?" I didn't answer. "You're throwing dirt on the family name, dragging us through the mud for what?" Some attention from internet strangers. I stayed quiet, letting him vent. "Your mother can't show her face at work. Your brother's thinking of moving to get away from the whispers. And you're just what? Proud of this?" "No," I finally said. "I'm not proud. I'm just not ashamed anymore." He went quiet. That silence told me everything. He wasn't calling to understand. He was calling to scold. And I wasn't his obedient son anymore. "You've made your bed," he said coldly. "Don't expect anyone to help you lie in it." Then he hung up. The next day, I got an email from my landlord. Someone, an anonymous party, had submitted a noise complaint against me twice. I lived alone in a quiet unit and hadn't had company in weeks. When I asked for clarification, the landlord said the complaint described hostile-sounding Zoom calls and aggressive outbursts. It was laughable, clearly made up, but the implication was clear. Someone was trying to stir trouble. Then came the worst of it. One of my clients, someone I'd worked with for over 2 years, emailed to let me know they were terminating our contract. No warning, just a vague, "We've decided to move in a different direction." I wasn't naive. I knew my family had influence. My dad still knew people in finance. My brother had friends in real estate circles. Whispers travel fast. It didn't take long before I connected the dots. They weren't just hurt. They were retaliating. But here's what they didn't count on. I was ready. All those years of being overlooked, underestimated, and written off had taught me how to prepare. I wasn't reckless. I had savings. I had a network now. I had a growing following. And most importantly, I had nothing left to lose. I called the magazine editor who had reached out after the article. Told her I was ready to go deeper. We scheduled a full interview, video this time. I didn't hold back. I talked about the manipulation, the favoritism, the emotional debt they held over my head for every dollar they gave or received. I spoke slowly, with the kind of clarity that only comes from years of quiet observation. Then I started my own site, not a blog anymore, a full platform. The Quiet Ones, I called it. A space for people who had grown up in families where love came with conditions, where birthdays came with reminders that you weren't enough. I built it from scratch. Forums, stories, even a submission portal for people to share anonymously. Within 3 months, the site had over 20,000 members. I started getting invitations to speak, podcasts, webinars, and a few book agents reached out. I was careful not to become some caricature of trauma. I wasn't interested in turning my pain into a performance, but I knew this space mattered. I knew there were more of us than people wanted to admit. Then came the call I didn't expect. Grandma. She was the only one in the family I'd stayed in contact with, my dad's mother. She was quiet, sharp, and often overlooked, much like me. She didn't ask about the article or the site. She just said, "Daniel, I've been meaning to tell you something." I listened. "When your father was your age," she said, "he used to call me a burden. Said I'd never contributed anything. Said I was just another mouth to feed." I didn't speak up. I figured if I stayed quiet long enough, he'd respect me. She paused. He never did. I didn't know what to say, so I said nothing. Then she added, but you didn't stay quiet, and I'm proud of you for that. It was the first time someone in my family had ever said those words to me. The final break with the rest of them came quietly. I was sent a group email family updates. It included vacation photos, a note about Chris's new house, and a passing mention that my parents were redoing the will. My name was nowhere in the message, not even a line saying, "Hope you're well." They had erased me. I should have felt hurt or furious, but all I felt was free. The next time my birthday came around, I didn't wait for anyone to plan something for me. I took the day off, rented a quiet cabin in the mountains, brought my laptop, a few books, and a bottle of wine. I sat on the porch and watched the sun dip below the trees. My phone buzzed with birthday wishes from real friends, from people in the Quiet Ones community, even from old clients who'd become allies. There was no card that mocked my life, no cheap cupcake, no one telling me to relax, just peace. And that's the thing about walking away from people who never saw your worth. You finally have space to become the person they never believed you could be. We have reached the end. If you enjoyed this video, please be sure to like and subscribe to the channel for more videos like this, and give us your thoughts about the stories in the comments section. Thank you and see you in the next video.